Paralympic athlete and author of Better Than Normal, which has sold more than 11,000 copies worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let us welcome one and only Mr. Hitesh Ramchandani. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Mr. Hitesh Ramchandani is a global motivational speaker.
Because I can do everything they can do. So I see no difference between me and them. And in some tasks, I am better than normal people, so I'm proud of it. Hi, my name is Hitesh. I'm 21 this year. I'm born with cerebral palsy. I engage in many activities such as soccer, yoga, gymming, running, swimming.
Hitesh played sports in the school rally, and even though he had a fall, a bleeding, he continued to run. I think he is a medalist. He got the bronze. When he was at Hague Boys, he refused to accept any assistance from anybody and always wanted to walk up the stairs. Being his father, I mean, it was difficult. Initially, it was difficult, but when time passed, we began to accept. As Hitesh grew, he used to limp a lot. He could not walk. I mean, they used to call him a plastic boy, like a robot. He used to walk like a robot.
I went to Austria for a football tournament with my Singapore cerebral palsy football team. It's every boy dream to go out there and play for the country. I love reading inspirational books. It's like feeding a brain with nutrition. I hope to become one of them, a motivational speaker. Actually, my biggest fear is public speaking. So that's my biggest obstacle. The day I go past that, nobody can stop me. Yeah, I think I'm good looking, no doubt. No girlfriend, but yeah, I have gone out with girls alone. When the time is right, the girl is right, the connection is there. That will be the thing. I think by the age of 25, I'll be perfectly normal. I believe I'll be tougher than normal guys. So, everything will be perfect.
Absolutely. Can we have cheers for him? जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Global motivational speaker, Paralympic athlete, author, success principal trainer, Hitesh Ramchandani is a Paralympic medal winner with the Singapore cerebral palsy football team, ladies and gentlemen, and author of Better Than Normal. And here we presenting Hitesh Ramchandani.
Hi everyone, how are you all doing? I can't hear you. I hope you all had lunch. How are you all doing? Alright, now I can see a bit of energy. तो अब सब लोगों ने वीडियो देखा ना? कोई बता सकता है वीडियो में मैसेज क्या था? There was one important message. What's the message? Okay, nothing is impossible. Alright, what else?
Never give up.
Never give up, never stop. Anything else? Believe in yourself. All of you are right. But the important message is, I'm good looking, but I'm single. So, it's better to let the ladies know, yeah? So, I'm a global keynote speaker. I'm from Singapore, but I'm based in India. Now, later I'll tell you कि मैं इंडिया में क्या कर रहा हूँ, right? Now moving on, I'm born with a disability. It's called cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy is a neurological problem which can affect you physically or mentally, but I'm affected only physically. Now, going on with the talk, before I go on, I would like to play a game. क्या हम एक गेम खेल सकते हैं? Can we play a game? अगर आप ना भी बोल रहे मैं खेलूंगा. About the deal. Right? So let me tell you the rule of the game. You need to hold your breath for 90 seconds. आपको अपना सांस 90 seconds के लिए पकड़ना है, ठीक है? Got it? Let me get my clock. जल्दी अपना आखिरी सांस लो. Are you all ready? Okay, I got the clock. 3, 2, 1, go. 5 seconds gone. If you can't do it, put up your hand. So at least I know you're out. Yeah? Okay, got few people out. Whoever's out, just put up your hands. 30 seconds gone. Come on, let me see who does it. If you can't, don't force. I don't want any heart attacks. Halfway there. 45 seconds gone. आधा हो गया है. मैं बताना भूल गया. जो जीतेगा उसको कुछ मिलेगा. Come on, guys. Let me see who wins, a woman or a guy. Last 20 seconds. Last 20 seconds. थोड़ा और. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Who did it? Can one lucky winner come up? Come up. Okay, come up. No, come up. Don't worry. मैं खा नहीं जाऊंगा. Alright, can we give a round of applause? Thanks. So now you all may be wondering, मैंने ये गेम क्यों खेला? तो मैं अभी आपको इसकी कहानी बताने वाला हूँ. When my mother was giving birth to me, I was a beach baby. मतलब I was ulta in my mother's stomach. And doctors को बोला गया था कि C-section करना. मतलब cut the stomach and pull the baby out. But the doctor didn't follow the order. He did a normal delivery. And due to that, I was born upside down. Usually when a baby is born, the head comes out first. In my case, my leg came out first and my head got stuck in my mother's womb for 90 seconds. I didn't get oxygen and it led to a neurological damage. डॉक्टर की एक गलती ने मेरी जिंदगी बर्बाद कर दी. तो जब लोग मुझसे पहली बार मिलते हैं, हमेशा पूछते हैं, भाई तू टल्ली है क्या? मैं बोला नहीं मैं ठीक हूँ, मेरा डॉक्टर टल्ली था. Right, and the day I was born, डॉक्टर्स ने मेरे माँ बाप को बोला कि आपका बच्चा 24 घंटों में मर जाएगा. अभी 30 साल हो गए, मैं तो जिंदा हूँ, लगता है वो डॉक्टर मर गया. Right? So, growing up, I couldn't even walk, I couldn't talk, everyone gave up hope on me, but I was very blessed to be born in a good family. My parents believed in me. They knew the universe gave them such a child for a bigger purpose. They brought me up with the mindset that, Hitesh, you have a tiny disability. Don't make a big deal out of it. You're like all of us. You're normal. And initially, when I was 7 years old, I was on a wheelchair. The education system in Singapore said, put him in a special school. But my parents fought the system and made sure I went to a normal school. Because they wanted me to live a normal life. अब तो मैं normal school चला गया. But every day I got bullied. People made fun of me. Plus, academically, I was slower compared to the rest due to all my problems. मैंने सोचा जैसे मैं बड़ा होता जाऊंगा प्रॉब्लम्स घटेंगे, पर इसका बिल्कुल उल्टा हुआ था. As I grew older, I became a teenager. My problems became worse. Because when you become a teenager, you undergo puberty, hormonal changes होता है, और तब मुझे पता था that damn, I'm disabled, मैं सबसे अलग हूँ. और जब टीनेज में होते हो ना, सब ज़्यादा aggressive होते हैं. So I got bullied even more, I got judged even more. And school में मेरे दोस्त सब लोग डेट्स पे जाते थे, पर मेरे केस में सारी लड़कियां मेरे से दूर भागती थी. अब लड़कियों को ये नहीं पता था ना कि मैं एक दिन ग्लोबल स्पीकर बनूंगा, सेलिब्रिटीज के साथ काम करूंगा, फुटबॉलर बनूंगा. तभी मैं लड़कियों को बोल रहा हूँ, अरे लड़कों को रिजेक्ट करने से पहले 2 बार तो सोच लो, क्या पता शाहरुख खान बन जाए. Right? So this is my football team, my Paralympic team. Can you see the good-looking guy in number 5? How old are you? Right? So I first joined the team in 2012. My first tournament was in Europe, Germany में था, अंग्रेजों के साथ. I played against Holland, Germany, Austria, बहुत मजा आया. My next big tournament was 2 years later, Asia Cup in Korea in John. मैं और मेरी टीम बहुत जोर से रेडी हो गए. We went to Korea 10 days early to practice and warm up for the tournament. We were in full जज्बा कि कुछ करेंगे. हमने बहुत दम लगा के खेला और हम पूरी एशिया में 4th आए. गाइस ताली तो बजाओ. पूरी एशिया में 4th आना मजाक है क्या? मजाक है नहीं है ना, पर मैं बताना भूल गया. सिर्फ 4 टीम खेल रहे थे. राइट? तो फुटबॉल भी जिंदगी की तरह है. I've lost tournament and I've also won a lot of cups for the country. But what I learned is enjoy the game. Don't be attached with the results. Because if you're attached with the results, either in life, business, organization, or even in games, if you get too attached with the results, you get distracted. And that will stop you from becoming a better player, from becoming a better leader, a better manager. So instead of stressing out about everything, enjoy the game. Have fun in the process. Har jeet to hoti rahegi. Yeah? Now, I know the past 2 years been very traumatic. People have lost jobs, people have lost lives. We went through COVID, a lot of organizational changes. कभी बोल रहे घर से काम करो, कभी बोल रहे ऑफिस आओ, तो लोग भी confused हो रहे हैं. So in that process, today I'm going to share with you my formula how to crush challenges. Whether it's COVID, cerebral palsy, or कोई problem, how to crush challenges in life. Should I share my formula with you? Yes. If you want to know my formula, give me a oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can't hear you. Give me a oh yeah. Okay, ठीक है बताता हूँ. Next. So, number 1, attitude. You must have heard this word 10,000 times. But today, I'm going to give you a different definition of attitude. If you miss my entire talk, no problem. Don't miss this part, because it may trigger you to change your life. ये talk का सबसे जरूरी part है. ठीक है? तो जब मैं 13 साल का था ना, I went to secondary school, secondary 1 in Singapore. And in secondary school, everyone in Singapore had to do a running test, a fitness kilometer. तो मैं सही से चल भी नहीं पाता था. I went to do the run. टीचर ने बोला, देश तू क्यों आया है? You can't even walk. भागेगा कैसे? You're disabled. We'll exempt you. मैंने बोला नहीं, मैं भागूंगा. Because I wanted to be treated like everyone else. मैंने बोला भाग, कुछ हो जाएगा तो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कौन लेगा? मैंने बोला नहीं, मैं भागूंगा. टीचर ने बोला ठीक है, जो करना है कर ले. उसको पता चल गया कि मैं बहुत जिद्दी हूँ. So that day, I went to run 2.5 kilometers. Me and my classmates got ready to do the run. Right, we all got ready. 3, 2, 1, beep! टीचर ने सीटी बजाई और हम सब भागने लगे. After few steps, I couldn't breathe. मैं गिर गया. मैं फिर से उठा, भागने लगा. By the time my friends finished the race, I was still midline, struggling to do the run. बहुत struggle के बाद I completed the run. ठीक है? Can anyone make a guess? How long did I take to run 2.5 kilometer? कितना टाइम लिया होगा? कोई guess? 1 hour. What else? 2 hours. Some more? क्या? So 12 hours में मैं सिंगापुर जाके वापस आ जाऊंगा. Not 12 hours, so I took 25 minutes. पर कहानी यहाँ पे खत्म नहीं होती. When I was about to complete the run, my friends were waiting. One guy got irritated because everyone was waiting. He turned back और उसने मुझे देखा और चिल्लाया, भाई जल्दी कर यार, मेरी दादी भी तुझसे तेज भागती है. तो मैं डर गया, रोने लग गया. 3 reasons. पहले तो मैं फेल हो गया, सेकंड में लास्ट आया, थर्ड उसने बोला दादी भी तेज भागती है. अब पता नहीं कब दादी के साथ भागने गया, तो बोला है तो मान लेता हूँ, ठीक है. So that day I had 2 options. Number 1, I could give up and cry. Number 2, I could get up and fight the situation. I decided to get up every day after school. सब लोग घर जाते थे, मैं रोज जिम जाता था, योगा करता था, फिजियोथेरेपी करता था, रोज स्कूल के बाद 2 घंटे ट्रेन करता था. अब 4 साल बाद स्कूल का आखिरी साल था. We were going to graduate, पर ग्रेजुएट होने से पहले हमको ये रन आखिरी बार लेना था, ये टेस्ट. तो अब 4 साल बाद मैं गया रन लेने. टीचर ने बोला, अरे यार फिर आ गया, हर साल आता है फेल होता है, क्या फायदा. जैसे बोले घर जाना, खत्म बात. मैंने बोला नहीं, ये आखिरी साल है, मैं भागूंगा. टीचर ने बोला ठीक है, जो करना है कर ले, राइट. वैसे भी आखिरी साल है, फिर देखूंगा नहीं. So 4 years later, I was taller, muscular, stronger. I went to do the run with all my friends, right, classmates. We got ready. 3, 2, 1, beep! When the whistle blew, I didn't look left, I didn't look right. I focused on my goal and I ran as fast as I could. I kept running, running and running. And before I knew it, I finished the run. Can you make a guess? 4 साल बाद कितना टाइम लगा? कितना टाइम लगा? 15, ठीक है. और कोई? 10 और कोई? 3, 5. फिर मैं याद नहीं आता. नीरज चोपड़ा के घर जाता, चाय पीता, ठीक है. 3, 5 मुझे पता नहीं कोई कर भी पाएगा या नहीं. I took 11 minutes. Yeah? 25 minutes to 11 minutes, less than half the time. तो अब मैं थक गया, सांस ले रहा था. जब मैं पीछे मुड़ा, मैंने देखा मेरा वही दोस्त अभी भी भाग रहा है. अभी भी भाग रहा था. तो मैं उठा, उसको देखा और बोला, भाई जल्दी कर यार, तेरी दादी भी आ गई, तू भाग रहा है. राइट. सो कैन यू टेल मी, 4 साल पहले और 4 साल बाद क्या बदला? क्या बदला? सही बताओ, कुछ नहीं बदला। टीचर भी वही था, स्कूल भी वही था, फ्रेंड भी वही था, दादी भी वही थी। सिर्फ एक चीज बदली, एंड दैट वाज माय एटीट्यूड। Until you don't change your attitude, आपकी लाइफ में कुछ नहीं बदलेगा, ये फैक्ट है। So you need to change your attitude first. You need to change your attitude. All right, nice. मजा आया? If you are having fun, give me a oh yeah. क्योंकि अभी हम और मजा करेंगे, ये तो शुरुआत थी, ठीक है? I want 2 volunteers. जल्दी 2 volunteer चाहिए। कौन आएगा? Oh, you, I like women empowerment. Come on, one more. Okay, 2 girls. Can I have one more guy so we can have diversity and inclusion? एक लड़का। आपने क्या कर रहे हो? या मैं बुलाऊंगा? कौन आएगा? ठीक है। Come, let's go on stage. थोड़ा मजा करते हैं, ठीक है? मैम आपका नाम क्या है? अंकिता पल्लवी। और अंकिता पल्लवी सुमित। सही बताऊं, मैं आप होता मैं नहीं आता, पर अभी आ गए हैं तो मजा करते हैं, ठीक है? हम एक गेम खेलेंगे, इनका एटीट्यूड टेस्ट करते हैं, ठीक है? द गेम इज अ पुशअप कंपटीशन। नहीं, कितने लोग चाहते हैं कि ये पुशअप करेगी भी? ओ ये चलो, अब तो इज्जत की बात है, ठीक है? तो पुशअप कर लोगे ना? हाँ, girls, I'll give you an option. You can either do the proper push-up or the knee वाला, पता है ना? So I'll let you decide. पूरा कर सकोगे बेस्ट है, ठीक है? So now let me tell you the rules of the game. You will be given 30 seconds each, और हम देखते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा पुशअप कौन करेगा, ठीक है? तो पहले कौन जाएगा? गुड। वैसे तो लोग बोल रहे लेडीज फर्स्ट, बट लेट्स ब्रेक द स्टीरियोटाइप। तो सर आप आ जाओ, ठीक है? रेडियो, आपको यहाँ पे पुशअप करना है और ऑडियंस काउंट करेगी, मैं टाइम करूंगा, ठीक? 30 सेकेंड। सो
sure it's nothing else, right?
नो, तो रुको, और कुछ निकालना पूछना पड़ता है, ठीक है? तो टेक योर पोजीशन, ठीक है? आता है ना? कम ऑन गाइस, 3, 2, 1, गो! Nice. Last 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, lower. Come on, lower, man. 1, 0. All right. नहीं करो, मुझे भी देखना है। Well done, man. Good stuff. तो वो wait and decide. कितना किया? 30. ठीक है, तो अभी 30 से ज़्यादा तो करना है. कर लोगे? Since you have two ladies, you'll do one thing. अब आओ. ठीक है? इस साइड इस मैम के लिए काउंट करेंगे. आपका नाम क्या था? अंकिता. और आपका? तो पल्लवी के लिए इस साइड काउंट करेगा. ठीक है? फिर दोनों साथ में हो जाएगा. रेडी हो? ठीक है. कम ऑन. 30 से ज्यादा करना है. 40 तो करो. ठीक है? हाँ, नीज चलेगा. सब नीज चलेगा. ऐसे नहीं पूरा बोलो. ठीक है? नीज चलेगा. ओके? So help me count. Yeah? Right. 3, 2, 1. Come. Take a position. Are you all ready? 3, 2, don't worry. 3, 2, 1, go! कोई बात नहीं. Very good. Come on, guys. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. कोई बात नहीं. ठीक है. अंकिता भाई, आप तो बहुत अच्छा किया. आपने भी अच्छा किया, पर मैंने पुशअप बोला था, योगा नहीं. कोई बात नहीं. वेरी गुड. कोई बात नहीं. अगली बार दोबारा करेंगे. ठीक है? कैन आई गेट द बुक्स? भैया एक बार 3 बुक्स दे दो. Can we give all 3 of them a big round of applause? Yeah. Thank you. And thank you guys. Thank you ladies. Thank you. तो पल्लवी, अंकिता और आपका नाम क्या? सुमित, पल्लवी, अंकिता. बताओ कौन जीता? सही बोला. तीनों जीते. Because life is not about the numbers. It's not about who has a better job, who gets promoted, who's richer. It's not about comparison. Life is about getting out of your comfort zone and taking action. And since they all came out of their comfort zone, can we give them one more round of applause? तो अभी मैं आपको कुछ बताऊंगा. कोविड से पहले ना मैं दुबई गया टॉक देने के लिए. ये कोविड से पहले था. और मैंने सेम गेम खेला, पुशअप करवाया. इट वॉज इन द मॉर्निंग, राइट? वी ऑल हैड फन. लंच के बाद सीईओ ने मुझे वापस बुलाया. बोला, हितेश, नॉट फेयर, आपने मेरे टीम से पुशअप करवाया पर आपने पुशअप नहीं किया. तो मैं चाहता हूँ लंच के बाद आप आ जाओ और आप पुशअप करो. फिर मैं मना नहीं कर सकता था. मैंने बोला ठीक है. मैं गया और पुशअप गया. ठीक है? अभी मैं रात को नहीं आ पाऊंगा क्योंकि मेरी शाम को फ्लाइट है। तो कौन चाहता है कि मैं अभी पुशअप करूं? कौन देखना चाहता है? Do you want to see me do push-up? Give me a oh yeah! सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है। Give me a oh yeah! चलो करता हूँ फिर। पर एक ही डील है। You need to help me count. क्योंकि मेरा मैथ्स बहुत कमजोर है। ठीक है? Bro. Get the second video read. भैया लो So I'll try 15. ठीक है? 15 काफी है? Help me count, yeah? If you can't see at the back, stand up. 3, 2, 1, go! Come on! Guys, have you all heard of the word action speaks louder than? Action speaks louder than? Today I'll teach you something. Result speaks louder than action. And to be a good leader, you need to show the result first. Yeah? तो अभी मैं 3 मिनट ब्रेक लेता हूँ. मेरा वोडका तैयार रखना, ठीक है? तब तक आप एक वीडियो देख लो. ये वीडियो में मैं दिखाऊंगा how did I transform my life. You saw part 1 of the video, right? Now see part 2. 4 साल बाद क्या हुआ था.
I'll be perfectly normal. I believe I'll be tougher than normal guys. So everything will be perfect. Hi, I'm Ritesh Ramchandani. I am an international speaker and the author of the book titled Better Than Normal. Unfortunately, during my work, a medical negligence occurred, and due to that, I was born with a disability called cerebral palsy. Having cerebral palsy, I had to face countless number of challenges in my life. When I was young, the doctors even claimed that I would never be able to talk and walk or function like a normal man.
When I met Hitesh 5 years back, I saw a person coming towards me, struggling with his balance and walking. When I thoroughly assessed Hitesh, I saw a bunch of problems in Hitesh. He is suffering from incoordination, he is suffering from weakness in the muscle, he is suffering from tightness in the muscle, and even he is struggling with his walking, even with his speech. When I thoroughly assessed Hitesh, I am completely confused what I am going to do. But when I saw Hitesh's determination and willpower, it gave me a courage to take his case. And from that day, we start working on it.
Hitesh is a very interesting guy that I've ever met, with cerebral palsy, which is a neurological condition which really affected his coordination, especially his left hand and some part of his body. We've been working on improving these coordinations and his fine motor skills for a couple of years, and there's been an improvement, and with better and with more practice, there's going to be a better improvement.
Most of the time I'm so irritated. Do you know why? Because he sleeps a lot during his stretching muscle exercises. But I convince him many times that I will decrease the intensity, but I will never did that. Because this intensity is better for him. Be balanced, whatever it is, just do it. Move your hands.
I'm getting tired.
It is better for you.
I knew deep within me that I never wanted to live an abnormal or disabled life. Therefore, I needed to do something to change the situation and the circumstances in my life. Rich or poor, black or white, fat or skinny, abnormal or better than normal. The only person that can fight the adversities in your life is you.
Next. Messiah? Messiah, to give me a oh yeah. Alright, nice. So guys, I'm a global keynote speaker. What you just saw today was a snippet of my entire life story. क्योंकि सिर्फ 40 मिनट है. Since I know many HR from different organizations are sitting here and live events are restarting after 2 years, I would just like to share with you that I do 3 keynote topics. So if you ever need a speaker on this topic, do let me know. I'll be happy to boost your employees' energy. The first topic is leadership and resilience. Yeah, that's usually for your CFO, senior manager, HR, and all the higher people. The second topic is sales motivation, like how not to get rejected in the process. इंश्योरेंस जब वो लोग डे टू डे सेल्स करते हैं ना तो ज़रूरी नहीं है सब लोग आपका प्रोडक्ट या सर्विस लेंगे and then they get demotivated. So I go there, I tell them how to charge up and go back in the process. And the third hot topic I do is diversity and inclusion. How to do your hiring, how to make sure you're not biased and everyone in the organization gets an equal opportunity. So just take note, yeah? Okay, next slide. अभी मैं चाहता हूँ सब लोग अपना फोन निकालो, जल्दी अपना फोन निकालो, ऊपर करो ताकि मैं देख पाऊँ. ठीक है, और अभी मेरा फोटो लो. ठीक है, मजाक कर रहा हूँ, सिर्फ लड़कियाँ ले सकती है. Right? So since I'm here for 40 minutes, I got a lot of inspirational content on leadership, motivation, resilience online. So what I want you to do right now क्योंकि बाद में भूल जाओगे. Go to Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, search for better than normal. In fact, Instagram पे तो रोज कंटेंट डालते हैं. जब से रील्स का जमाना आ गया है रोज डालते हैं. ठीक है? So go look up for better than normal. And if you have any questions, you can message me on my social media. पर ये याद रखना, मैं सिर्फ लड़कों को जवाब देता हूँ. मजाक कर रहा हूँ, सबको दे दूंगा. Yeah, next slide. And if you're on LinkedIn, look for Hitesh R, because on LinkedIn I share more corporate content on startup, company culture, success stories, so slightly more corporate driven. Yeah? And if you want my contact ऊपर लिखा है. You can take a screenshot. No problem. Singapore and India number both. I'm going to give you 1 minute to like, subscribe, connect. LinkedIn पे कौन है? सब लोग होने चाहिए. Yeah, corporate ground. So LinkedIn is one of my favorite platforms. It helps me connect with a lot of corporate leaders. That's how I got to know you, bro, through LinkedIn. So, very good platform. Can we go to the next slide? So, Hitesh R or better than normal, ऊपर लिखा है. Do it at your own time, no problem. Now, you all may be wondering, ये better than normal क्या है? Better than normal is the title of my book. So let me tell you why I wrote the book Better than Normal. जब मैं 12 साल का था, स्कूल में सब लोग मेरा मजाक उड़ाते थे. तो वन डे मैं बहुत परेशान हो गया और मैं पापा के पास गया और मैंने बोला, पापा मैं नॉर्मल क्यों नहीं हूँ और मैं नॉर्मल कैसे बन सकता हूँ. पापा भी हैरान हो गए कि बच्चे को क्या बोलूँ, राइट. तो पापा ने बोला, देख बेटा, शायद तू जिंदगी में कभी नॉर्मल नहीं बन पाएगा क्योंकि तेरे डिसेबिलिटी का कोई क्यों नहीं है. पर अगर तू मुझे प्रॉमिस करता है कि तू हमेशा मेहनत करेगा और कभी हार नहीं मानेगा, पापा ने बोला, मैं प्रॉमिस करता हूँ नॉर्मल भूल जाओ, एक दिन तू better than normal बनेगा. And exactly 10 years later, I wrote a book called Better Than Normal. And in 2017, I moved to India with the mission of creating a better than normal India. And in the past 5 years, I've done almost 200 talks all over India to your big companies like Tata, Britannia, Infosys, IIT, Delhi University, because my mission is to make India better than normal. पर 5 साल में मुझे एक प्रॉब्लम दिखी है. Can you tell me what's the population of India? 1.3. मुझे लगता है ज्यादा हो गया है. ठीक है, रोज ज्यादा आ रहे हैं. about 335 billion. Yeah. So one आदमी 1.3 billion लोगों को कैसे मोटिवेट कर पाएगा? ये पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. But if all we leaders and educated people come together, put our hearts out and work together, I promise you, we'll create a better and normal India in the next 10 years. But we need to do it together. Yeah? So, we'll make a better and normal India. In fact, I'm so dedicated to the mission, next slide, that I have launched the biggest physiotherapy center in Asia, and that's located in India. It's in Jaipur. It's called BTN Physio Hub, better than normal Physio Hub. So of course you can Google it and find out more about this later. Why did I open this? Because you saw the guy in the second video, Manoj. So when I came to India 10 years ago, my disability was bad. And Manoj was the main physiotherapist that helped me fight cerebral palsy. And after that, we thought if we could do it for Hitesh, we need to do it for more people out there. And now, just last year, we launched one of the biggest physiotherapy clinic in the world. It's called BTN Physio Hub. Yeah? So that was my keynote. I have brought about 30 books. No problem. You can get it outside for free. It's not being charged, but I only have 30 copies. But the deal is you need to invite me for a keynote whenever you get the opportunity. Either invite me or recommend someone who's looking for a speaker, because I think you guys are more connected, yeah? So thank you everyone, thank you so much. And if we have 5 minutes, I can do questions. Any questions? Any question? शर्मा मत शादी के लिए नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ. Yeah, ma'am. Could you stand up? I can't hear you. Or come to the front. Yep.
Hi Hitesh. First of all, thank you for that wonderful motivational speech. I would like to ask you what made you think of becoming a motivational speaker? Because you were focusing on your physical strengths, you became a para-Olympic athlete. So it's like, you know, a complete different field that you're looking into.
Sure. So I'll tell you, it happened by accident. When I was in university, right, we had to do presentations for our college. And I had a crazy fear of public speaking. I couldn't even say one word. So I went to my older brother, Vicky. When you like the page, you'll see Vicky. And I told Vicky कि यार मैं present नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ. यूनिवर्सिटी से पास आउट कैसे करूँगा? तो विक्की के पास एक बहुत अच्छा आइडिया आया. बोला भाई एक प्लान है, मेरे साथ चल, तुझे कहीं ले जाता हूँ. And he brought me to a hotel. There were about 50 people sitting, and it was Toastmasters Club. Yeah? You all know Toastmasters, correct? 50 people. He said, Aja, Aja. I said, Chalo. So we went there. All I needed to do was stand up and introduce myself. So I stood up and I was like, ha, 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 and I ran to the toilet. I started vomiting, puking, tearing. Vicky came behind me, running. Yeah, he came behind me और मैं उसको गालियाँ देने लगा इंग्लिश में चाइनीज में मराठी में फ्रेंच में गालियाँ देने लगा कि पागल है क्या यहाँ क्यों ले आया ठीक है so he was like अरे ये तो एक्सट्रीम फियर है इसका तो कुछ करना होगा तो उस दिन जब मैं टॉयलेट में भागा उस रूम में एक टकला बैठा था जब मैं टॉयलेट से बाहर निकला वो बोला हितेश ऐसे क्यों भागा ठीक है इतना डर क्यों रहे हो एक काम करो आई एम अ पब्लिक स्पीकिंग कोच कम टू माय ऑफिस टुमारो और मैं तेरे को ट्रेनिंग करता हूँ कि इस ईयर को कैसे खत्म करे सो दैट कोच was none other than Manoj Vasudevan. Right now he's the world champion of public speaking. But 10 साल पहले वो सिर्फ एक टकला था. Nobody knew him, right? So I went to his office. Manoj ने बोला एक काम करते हैं. No need to talk to 30 people. Talk to 2 people. 2, ठीक है, easy. He said come back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll talk to 4 people. Get your script. 4 people, good, done. He said okay now let's try 10. 10 में थोड़ा डरा था पर कर लिया. Then we tried 20, 50, 100. ऐसे करते करते नंबर्स बढ़ते गए. तो अब एक दिन मैं स्कूल से घर जा रहा था बस में था बहुत थका था सो रहा था मेरे पास एक कॉल आई रिंग हेलो एम आई टॉकिंग टू हितेश मैंने बोला हाँ बोलिए बोला सर आई सॉ योर शेयरिंग लास्ट वीक You're damn inspiring, man. You need to come to my office and motivate my employees. Was a insurance company. So I'm like, ठीक है, कब आना है? बोला next Monday आ जाओ. मैंने बोला सर ट्राई करूँगा. अभी एग्जाम्स भी आ रहे हैं. बोला हाँ ट्राई कर यार आ जा. सबको अच्छा लगेगा. मैंने बोला ठीक है ट्राई करता हूँ पर उसने बोला पर मैं सिर्फ आपको $1000 दे पाऊंगा. तो मेरी नींद भी खुल गई कि ये क्या बोल रहा है क्योंकि I was only 22 राइट. तो मैंने बोला कितना दोगे सर. बोला $1000 आधे घंटे के लिए सिर्फ वो करते वो टॉक. ठीक है मैंने बोला सर कब आना है. बोला मंडे कितने बजे 11 बजे सुबह को. मैंने बोला सर कोई बात नहीं मैं संडे रात आऊंगा मैं वहीं पे सो जाऊंगा. Because it was something new, right? And that's how I started my journey into speaking. And therefore I got more bookings. Yeah. Any other questions?
Any other question? No question? Okay. Okay, we have a question. Haha, what kind of a girl are you looking for?
So I think if I tell you that later, it's better. It's a very long list. तभी अभी भी single हूँ. पर हाँ बाद में बताऊंगा. फिर आपको ढूंढना पड़ेगा. सोच लो बताया तो ढूंढना पड़ेगा. Any other last questions?
Any other question? This would be the last question. No question? Okay. Can we have cheers for him? Come on, everybody. Can we have 3 huge cheers for him? Hip hip! Hip hip! Can we have a standing ovation for him? Come on, everybody! Amazingly done. Wonderful, Hitesh. We are highly thankful to you.
Let's do one thing. I'll do one thing. I want everyone to stand up. I'm going to take a video. I will say better than, you all say normal.
Okay, amazing. He'll say better than, you all will say normal. Are you all ready? Yes. Yeah. And here we go.
1 minute, ma'am. बहुत जल्दी में हो. If you want, come to the front. Come to the front. Sir, थोड़ा आगे आ जाओ. ठीक है? कैमरा पर्सन आना है आ जाओ. 1 minute. Yeah, I'm getting the camera. Ready? Better than!
Normal!
Better than!
Normal!
Better than! How's the doors? How's the doors? Come on, how's the doors? Jen! All right, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Hitesh. Thank you so much, Hitesh. May I please request Shitish to felicitate our motivational speaker, Hitesh. Can we have, yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Thank you so much, Hitesh. Thank you so much. It was really inspiring, very motivational, and you're amazing. You'll definitely get a good girl.
Yeah. Not good girl, good girl.
Good girls? Okay, he's looking for good girls. You'll definitely get good girls. Well, thank you so much. Moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is Enable. And let us welcome our moderator, Mr. Sahil Karanze. Can I please request Mr. Sahil Karanze? Come on, everyone, put your hands together for Mr. Sahil Karanze, the moderator. May I please request Said Hussain? Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye. Come on, everybody. Mr. Said Asfar Hussain. Zordar taaliyon se swagat karte hain. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Manjiri Gokhale Joshi. Put your hands together for Mr. Gautam Kulkarni.
Hi. Hello. Thank you so much once again personally for coming up for this event on a Saturday. So just to begin with the enable session, we'll be talking more about how to enable and engage with your talent, right? So we have a pretty holistic or a versatile kind of a panel here with us today. I'll allow the panelists themselves to brief us with their experience and their journey so far. So starting for Mr. Asfar, sir, would you like to brief us about your journey so far?
So I've been in HR for close to 29 years now. Punctuated in between, I had a 5-year stint where I was pursuing a PhD, which I never managed to complete, I must confess. I've worked for a combination of North American and Indian organizations for the last year and 9 months. I've been with Bajaj Finserv, where I head the Global Learning Academy. And before that, I've worked in RPGs, NSAR, Flex, HP, Deloitte. Right now, I'm trying very hard to motivate our children to study. It's proving to be very tough. The 2 pandemic years have not helped at all. That's really it. I'm a big Woodhouse fan, so anybody likes Woodhouse here, we should definitely connect.
Mrs. Manjari Gokhale Joshi, please.
Thank you. I started my career as a journalist. I was a journalist for the first 10 years and then spent about 15-20 years in corporate life. And the past 2 years, I've decided to, whatever I have tried to learn during my corporate years and my journalism years, I'm trying to implement it in our own charity called Maya Care. And we work with the elderly and serve them in 39 Indian cities and 4 UK cities, and work with them in old age homes and care homes. And the entire organization is run by persons with disabilities. So everything that has happened, especially on the HR front, we are trying to implement that and create a model organization where the entire leadership team comprises of persons with disabilities, and the succession planning, the hiring, the compensation, benefits, everything which you try to do, we are trying to implement in a 100% remote kind of organization.
Mr. Gautam Kulkarni, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, friends. This is Gautam here. I really would like to thank Kshitij and all the sponsors here for inviting me. I think this really has been an encouraging and wonderful experience for me. I come with close to over 20 years of experience in IT services, typical traditional IT services industry model. I work with companies like Zensar, HCL in the UK, also Tech Mahindra. I currently am part of Harman. Harman has IT division called Harman Connect Services. Outside work, I'm a big foodie. I love to cook. I play badminton. I also do a lot of spiritual reading. So there's a book called Power of Now. I don't know if you have heard about it, written by Eckhart Tolle. I think he's a spiritual guru for me, and that's transformed my life quite a lot. So thanks for having me, and I really enjoying this experience. Thanks.
So as we are, hello, yeah. So as we are talking more about enablement and engaging with the talent, I would like to start off with Mr. Asper in terms of how significant is the learning and development team, or how significant is that entire particular division, especially for your current organization, and how was the role, with your earlier experience as well?
Sure. I think, especially during the pandemic, I think it's really come to the fore because that was one easy way to engage, keep your workforce engaged. I think what the pandemic helped do was really popularize to a much greater extent self-paced learning. So self-paced learnings now, in terms of the resources, the variety of resources available to employees, I think has really grown. So it's, of course, especially if you're in technology, the skills are really evolving. Even in Bajaj Finserv, for example, it's a financial services conglomerate, which really wants to be a fintech, which basically means that there's a lot of technology and its impact on financial services that has to be factored in. And if you want to be current with that, you need to keep upgrading your technology skills. So without learning and development, that may not be possible in a structured way. So I think it's very important, both in terms of engagement as well as ensuring that your skills are updated to the level required by the external environment.
What would be your take on this, the significance of learning and development teams in organizations like Harman, as well as for your first experience?
Absolutely. I mean, see, first of all, we all need to acknowledge the fact that it's taken the pandemic for the industry to disrupt in a way, right? And what we call Uberization of services, which is disruption of services and products all across the globe, right? It's becoming a service-driven economy where customers are consuming service or product, right? And in that context, people would like to gain, as Afzal rightly said, it's upgrade knowledge. I think that's been the key, and there are a lot of new technology branches I can talk of in IT, at least AI, ML, machine learning, data sciences, visualization, so there is no run-of-the-mill. Those days are gone, right, for IT industries where we had typical services models. Those are all getting disrupted, and new models are evolving, new technologies are coming. So continuous upgrading these skills to a new level, I think that's coming to the forte. So to keep the resource pool engaged, I think it's important that they also cross-skill. Companies provide that kind of infrastructure in place, and any platforms or anything that sort of helps them to acquire those new skills, I think those companies will stay in the race.
Can I ask the audience a question? of especially the HR directors and the HR heads in the room, can you name a skill which you think, skill or any one thing which you think cannot be taught at the workplace? Anything, any one thing which you think is impossible? Yes? Common sense, okay. What's your... Okay. Okay, she says common sense. Anyone, anything else which you feel is impossible to teach at the workplace? Yes? Integrity, excellent. What's your name, please? Wispy. Wispy, I think that's the answer I'm looking for, because at MayaCare, especially, as well as the other organizations I've had the good fortune of working for in the past, that's Global Talent Track, that's Zensar Technologies, ICICI, GE, Informa PLC in London. I believe that learning and development is everything. And if that, and it's not even a department. You know, your question was, what's the department? There's no department. If there is no learning at the workplace, that workplace makes no sense because it's not going to go anywhere. And the only one thing we cannot teach, Wispy rightly said, is integrity. Because that's the one thing we tell people, that if you either have it or you don't have it. And I think what Ganesh started off this morning, then we went through, you know, the whole attract panel, what's going on in the industry, moonlighting and all of that. You cannot teach a person to be honest. That's got to be taught at home. And if it's not taught at home, there is nothing more you can do about it. Because everything we're going to say about remote working and about moving in the long run and everything else makes no sense if a person who calls himself a leader or is supposed to be a leader in the long run cannot be trusted even with his own, 300 rupee taxi bill. There is a problem. There is an integral problem there. So except for integrity, I'll quickly describe the learning journey at MayaCare. And why this is important is because the panel today is called Enable. And a lot of times when we're hiring, and we hired 569 disabled people last year, and we're hiring 1,000 this year, we are always asked, send me the JD, send me the job description. And the first thing we've turned on its head, we said, we don't have a JD. Okay, we don't have a JD. If we don't have a job description, that means we are welcoming someone into the organization who carries the one thing which we need, which is integrity, and we are willing to teach the rest because we cannot teach integrity. When the person enters the organization, the person is asked to do one of the two things. You take any kind of disability. Like Hitesh made this beautiful presentation, we have several people with cerebral palsy in the organization. We have hearing impaired, visually impaired people, people on wheelchairs, polio, autism, you name it. But there is always one thing they can do. And we want to focus on the one thing they can do and make them do it really well. So when they come into the organization, the first question we ask, and we ask this only once, we do not talk about disability in the organization. We just ask them once, what is your disability? You need to tell me. And, they have to say it on Zoom, out in public, look, this is my disability, I cannot do this because of this. Because if we can't understand that, and then, if we can't understand that, we can't give them any work. And we'll just be doing the wrong thing. So let's not shy away from saying, oh, I want to be nice, and I want to call people differently abled and specially abled and everything else and be politically correct, and in reality not be very good. So let's be upfront and say, what is your disability? So once they tell us, look, I'm not able to do 1, 2, 3, but I'm able to do this, they get one of the two jobs. One is to make phone calls. The second is to do some data search or type something. In our organization, because we are completely remote, we cannot hire someone who cannot read and write at all. But at present, we have people from Buldhana, Chandrapur, Ambala, villages of Orissa. You just name any place in India and in Manchester, in the UK, and anywhere else. Wherever there's internet connectivity, we have people. We can have people because they're working from there. So the first thing is do one of the two. Once you do one of the two, you get into intense training. Because by then, you know this person cannot speak, but the person can write. Or the person cannot hear, but is able to understand this, or whatever else. Then the learning journey begins, and we have an intense training program. And it's really, really intense, because for the first 3 months, if you don't attend training, you can't work, because you don't know how to work. So the simple matter is that you are enabled to do a job for which you can be paid, otherwise you can't do the job at all. So that's the first part of the training. Next, so the training has begun with very, very basic things like what is Zoom? I have a hearing impaired personal assistant, and I remember about 13 months ago, she had no idea what is Zoom, and I got her on a Zoom call, and obviously with her, she's in Mumbai with her mother. And I said, what is Zoom? How do you start the call? What happens? Zoom. And I said, can you share your screen? And they were both confused, and they picked up the laptop and they turned the screen. So no, that's not it. Today, believe me, if there is a message sent to her, I have a meeting at 5 p.m. tomorrow, within seconds, not even minutes, within seconds, you'll get a calendar request, you'll get a Zoom link. If it's a physical meeting, you'll get 3 kinds of things. Is it this location or that location, or what else is happening? If the meeting is not happening, her partner, who's visually impaired, he will call you and he will double check, is the meeting happening or not? So we have come a very, very long way. There is a lot to be done. But the simple truth is that when people ask us, what is your training department? When we ask for funding and people ask that, are you doing any training or is it just OJT? It's part of life. If training is not part of your life, you cannot work. So starting from what is Zoom and what is Google Drive and how it works to high-end leadership training, time management and all of that. For example, I'll tell you, Sahil, that yesterday the team asked me, one person, why isn't this happening online? Why aren't we allowed to attend it? And they've already asked, I think one person has been chasing, send us the link, and they have. And they're all online wherever they are. There is a need, because the last mile of training really is what they call themselves. The team, speaks in Hindi and they say, "Hum intrapreneur hai." I से शुरू होता है, E से शुरू नहीं होता. हम intrapreneur है और ये हमारा organization है. So then when you marry entrepreneurship with no problem, there can't be moonlighting. Because the person is engaged, the person is with you. The person has no desire to do anything else.
Thank you so much for all these details and insights. They're really, really valuable. Just a quick sort of extension to this question. So, learning and development again. So, I would like to understand how is it available on demand for or on the go sort of during their day-to-day life activities at the job? How is that accessible at the moment? Is there any way where they find some difficulties, so some coaching or some on-the-job help is available for them?
So, I was mentioning the self-paced learning resources have really, I think, multiplied over the last few years. And now, thanks to technology, they've also become quite sophisticated. So you have all kinds of self-paced learning resources, and they're available to all employees, right? Of course, depending on the nature of their work, the level of their in the organization, you might have additional resources made available to them. So, for example, we have all our employees have access to something called Percipio. The more senior leaders have access to, Harvard Spark or Harvard Leading Edge. You have the technology guys have access to Pluralsight, Coursera. So there's no shortage of learning resources. I think I have a slightly different experience from Manjari here in terms of internal learning motivation. So when I was at Zensar, we had people have a 5% or a 10% KRA connected to learning. And even there, you had self-paced learning resources. So we'd notice that till December, there'd hardly be any uptake on learning. And as the year, end came around and appraisal time was there, the demand for learning kind of just skyrocketed. In fact, even this year, I'm no longer in Zensar, but I have a ex-colleague of mine who I play tennis with. And he stopped coming in February and March. So I told him what's happening. And he said that, I'm spending all my weekends trying to make up for my learning hours for the entire year. So the self-motivation for learning, I think, is a little iffy. But I think you get much more, you get much more traction if you can connect it to something that's connected to their job. So we're all, as human beings, we all want to learn. That's absolutely necessary. So if you can connect it to the job, I think the uptake kind of increases significantly. But there's no shortage of learning available to people. It's just, I think, the willingness of people to kind of devote time to learning.
Thanks for bringing us back to the reality of corporate life. Yes, that's absolutely true. I'm sure all of you HR heads have faced this, that you have to drag people into the training room, monitor that they don't run away, monitor their number of hours, all of that. Actually, my husband, Abhay Joshi, also the co-founder of MayaCare, he also spent a number of years in the IT industry. And till he met me, he said, I never thought this training or learning actually is some serious business, because everybody around me and me, we are so cynical because there's something happening, that's something HR wants us to do. Why should we be doing this in the first place? And the reason for that, and of course, he's a transformed person now on the subject of training. And the reason for that really is irrelevance of training. If all of us are going to put in a curriculum which says you have to do this, wo karna hi chahiye, then only you'll get your promotion, then only you'll get this. That's what happens. We are all Indian. We all went to college because for attendance or for the certificate or for marks or something else. And if none of that exists in corporate life, we're not going to do the training. Unless it is so good that it actually helps us to do our job better, or it helps us get into a role which we otherwise aspire for. So if these are the only two reasons and only two ways to actually take them there, it's really time to rethink your learning strategy. So again, I'm not going to talk about MayaCare only, but even in my past life, every time we have said that this is a learning program during the year, a leadership training program. Right now, if you want to be a CEO of a company and if you need to know 1, 2, 3, 4 things, the basics of finance, basics of HR, marketing, jargon, whatever else, if the training is structured in a way where you actually get to understand what it is to be a CEO, people are going to enjoy it versus putting on something which is just a tick box.
Yeah, similar views like Afzal had. There are a lot of content available, a lot of resources available, right? Even nowadays you see all this learning platforms, right? Which is Coursera or Simply Learn. So there's no dearth of content. It is all about attitude and willingness to learn new skills and adapt yourself in such a way that. So it's all about contextualization. I can know Java and at the same time I'm not able to write a piece of code. It doesn't make any sense. I might have a job. So it's just how you contextualize, how you present and be relevant to the market. I think that's important skill, which not many people know. So it's all boils down to communication, very basic, right? Analysis, analytical thinking, which is, I don't think, at least in the IT industry.
Yeah. The one thing I'd like to add, I think, is the role that people managers play. I think, by and large, I generally find that people managers abdicate any responsibility towards the learning of their teams. But where they do take interest, so for example, in a lot of organizations I've worked in, the people managers will say, oh, why are you going to this program? Or if somebody wants to drop off, they'll say, okay, no problem, I'll drop a mail saying that, something very important has come up and stuff. But I've seen, for example, when I worked in Deloitte, because it's professional services, there was such a culture of learning because that's the only way you could differentiate yourself from your competitors, that there was actually, when we used to run programs here in India, we actually had a waiting list of partners in the US wanting to come down and co-facilitate programs here. And that's how seriously they took it. And so that culture then kind of percolated all around. And then people took learning very seriously. And that's one place where I really found that, the demand for learning was really, really high. So I think a lot of it is to do with the culture. And culture, I think, is something that leaders and people managers need to set.
Yeah, and just to add to the culture point, because a very good point mentioned. See, in the Western world, right, you would have a software developer who's like 60 or 58 years old, right? In India, if you are 30 and you're not a manager, there's terribly something wrong with you. Come on. So that's a cultural change that needs to happen, right? It's you have to be passionate about that thing in the first place. Only then you will be able to sort of align to it better.
Just circling back to the initial question, at Harman India also, how exactly is it available on demand? How people can reach out to their superiors probably, or some dedicated mentors?
It's pretty much the same as any other IT services company. There's a lot of content available. There's a lot of Harman as a company has very strong ethics and cultural values. It inculcates that. So there's a lot of material also available on how the company as such has grown. So they are into manufacturing audio, and infotainment system for cars and all the JBLs and the Harman Kardon system range. So how this company was born, what are the why stereo was invented, how the so there is a lot of content available. It's not just purely technology, it is also leadership styles, it is also about communication, it is also about a lot of these soft skills and all these things. And as I said, the KRAs are monitored. Obviously you will have a weightage at the end of the cycle, but as Afzal said, the demand skyrockets at the time of appraisal. It's not throughout the year. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Aspar, I also wanted to understand how is the entire onboarding sort of a journey in terms of from onboarding of any particular talent or skill to the entire deployment of a particular towards a particular project, right? So since organization like yours will be having very versatile or diversified sort of skills, right, from your agents to your own employees, right, at Bajaj Finserv. So how does that go about?
So I think again, because of the pandemic, the entire onboarding process had to be done online, especially in the insurance companies. I think the NBFC was still rather office oriented, so you still had people coming into office. But the insurance companies were primarily working from, there was work from home. So the entire onboarding process actually went virtual, and it was done on an app. And I think in the end, decently effective. Now, of course, the employees are back in office. It's also kind of come back to offline. Because it had to be put on an app, the entire process, I think, underwent some level of review and upgradation. So that's really helped. But yeah, very important, especially because infant mortality in terms of attrition is very high, especially in tech jobs. So it's very important that you get the people on board in an effective way. Otherwise, if they're disengaged, the chances are they'll look around and move on. So.
I also wanted to have Manjari's opinion on this, since you are having a full-fledged BPO, which is run by disabled people, not just the specially abled people, but as you rightly said. So, how is this process, at your organization, as you are already working with leading technology companies like Persistent and many others? So, I would like to take your view on that also.
Thanks, Sahil. So a little bit more about how we are structured. So MayaCare, as I said, is available in 39 cities of India right now. That's where the elderly are served. We are in 51 cities of India where the disabled actually live, because they just work from their own home wherever they are. And each of them actually have the choice of doing one of the two jobs. One is working for MayaCare and serving the elderly, which is functions like leading functions like running the helplines, city coordination, state coordination, of course HR and finance and all of those. And on the other side, we have recently, just in November, started a small BPO, a business process outsourcing unit within MayaCare. So that in the long run, our team of disabled people, and we call them Project Bindu. It's called Bindu because in Sanskrit, Bindu means focus. And what we have found is that unlike all of us, they don't have to go to conferences, they don't have to get into a cab, they don't have to go anywhere. They wake up in the morning, they start working. If they focus and they just work, they can do outstanding things in their life, which is why they're called Bindu. The Bindu team is divided into 3 parts, which is why we never use we don't have to use the word disabled, because everyone knows that in MayaCare, Bindu means somebody with some kind of disability which has been overcome. The data team is people with hearing, they cannot hear, so that's why they manage data. The voice team are visually impaired people because they can speak, and the rest of them are power team. So whichever other disability is the power team. So these 3 teams together really make MayaCare work, in which, again, as I said, there are 2 parts. In BPO, I'm very caring what is happening. People are not available. They're not visible on the video and all of that. We have gotten rid of all those problems by saying everybody is paid per hour for the work they do. They choose how many hours to work every day. Where accountability is concerned, they fill in a Google form every day. It's mandatory to fill in a Google form saying, today I work 11 hours, 5 hours, 3 hours, whatever else. And this was the outcome. If there's no outcome, the Google form is not accepted. There's got to, for example, if I made 150 calls and I reached out to 3 old age homes, or I processed so much data for ICICI Lombard Motor Insurance, or whatever else I did, I have to put it in. And if it's not put in, it's not accepted. So at the end of every month, by the 21st of every month, we have the Google Forms, we've got the invoices, and everybody gets paid month on month without fail in the following month, between the 1st and the 7th of each month. Now the difference in this is that a lot of new people come in. And like you have attrition, we have attrition too. But the good news is we want the attrition we have. Because it has nothing to do with ability or disability. A person not just has integrity, but also has the desire or the interest in oneself. There is no reason for most people in this room to be here. Why should you be here on a Saturday? If you didn't want to learn something new or be engaged with something new, a lot of us would have said, no, actually it's okay, I don't want to really be here. It's the same with ability or disability. If they're interested in themselves, so the people we want in the organization, they've got to have integrity. They have to have a strong desire to succeed themselves, to be interested in their own careers, own wanting to go somewhere. Then only you can take some people somewhere. So the people who don't want to go anywhere, and we've experienced that, like you have, we get them all the time. There's some parents saying, usko permanent bana do. I said, does he know what is permanent? He's a boy with autism. You're telling him permanent. Does he know what permanent is? So he doesn't. So that's a problem. There is somebody else with a hearing impairment. The brother is saying, usko government mein chipka do. Maya Care is the wrong organization for people like that. So we don't want them. I'm saying very clearly we don't want them. But it's perfectly fine if they want to do something else with their life. We recently had an attrition case of a visually impaired girl from Kolkata. She says, मुझे ममता बनर्जी के ऑफिस से कॉल आया, मुझे जॉब मिलने वाला है. So very good, go. It's been 6 months, nothing's happened. She's passed the competitive exam. I said, there's just 2 points to it. And like all of us, leaders in this team, can we think of working for any other organization while you're in a leadership role? We can't. We're struggling often to give 12 hours, 14 hours of our time to one organization. The people who are not engaged with us, who are actually working for 3-4 different organizations, have no business to be leaders in the first place. There is no question of them actually progressing in that organization and getting more responsibility or running a division or setting up a department or doing anything like that. So why do we want them? Let them do what they have to do and go. So that's what we have done. We've said that the leadership team, which is 30 people, 15 core team plus the next 15 and the next 15 who are now being groomed, and each of them has a KRA of grooming at least one person, spotting new talent and grooming at least one person, if not more. So those people, it's mandatory that they work 8 hours a day, at least 5 hours a week, and I know they work more. Because they have responsibilities, they have divisions, they have functions. They don't just have a job. But everybody else, it's fine, give as many hours as you want to, do what you have to do and go. So the entire process is designed in such a way that people work for the outcome. Like I think Hitesh, you rightly ended saying, what is the outcome? Even if they don't understand any English in Maya Care, they understand what is outcome. Iska outcome nahi aaya, ma'am, abhi kya karenge? Outcome hi kuch nahi de raha hai. There's no question of ours because we are talking about outcome and outcome only, and that's what the organizations we work for, whether it's ICICI Lombard, Persistent or Zensar, that's what they've defined, saying give us this much. So even if you have 3 people in the job, and we usually have 6 to 10, because some people cannot work 8 hours, they have backache, they have other problems, physiotherapy, whatever else. That's not your problem. Tomorrow, if any of you give us work to do, it's not your problem because you have a business goal. It's our duty to meet that business goal and back at the back end set the processes to be able to meet that business goal.
So, Gautam, from your perspective, like as you're leading a team for digital transformation, so how is the journey from onboarding towards deployment for a particular project, right? You may answer it from a fresher's perspective as well as for the experienced or lateral hires.
Yeah, I mean, look, the onboarding process is pretty sort of seamless, I would say. It's during the virtual, the COVID times, it was all virtually, enabled by the app. So you'll get the laptop delivered at home. It will be a sanitized laptop. The company also assigns an HR partner who's like a HR buddy, right, to keep a tap on you. Everything gets done virtually. So the card is sent out, and There's also, I think there was some allowance for people to buy desk if they don't have one, right? Which is also a very nice thing to do, desk or any chair, any equipments that they would need. I think, and pretty much the contractors also the same thing. I mean, there's no virtual sort of difference between a permanent employee and contractors. It's just that they are not on the payroll. That's about it, and they are paid by the hour or day. That's it. So yeah, it was up to the mark, I think.
Okay, great. So with that note, maybe I can open the Q&A session. If somebody from our audience has some questions, feel free to ask.
So this is a very general question for any of you. Especially because of these great resignation happenings and all, right? So as an organization, like TCS hiring, previously they used to hire like 1 lakh people every year on a year, as a fresher and all. These days, what I have seen is like, we train people. It takes 6 months to a year to make them project ready. And once they're project ready, they say, thank you so much. Now I'm eligible for a bigger company, so is the trend going to change? Is it going to affect the people where now company will stop hiring freshers and rather focus more on experienced people where they can at least start them billing on day one?
Chitish, a very good question and something which Ganesh touched upon in the morning. That why does one work for any company? If your original dream was to work for India's topmost software company and still you want to leave that company, what's happening? What happened to your dream? So the answer, and obviously this is happening everywhere, and it's going to happen everywhere. It's going to happen to us even more because now, a lot of times corporates approach us saying, wow, mujhe aisa wala disabled person de do. Sorry to sound very cynical and very blunt about it, but the demand we get for a disabled person is pretty much like the demand for adoption in India. Gora chahiye, ladka chahiye. Right? Sorry to say, but that is what we get. We want a disabled person who's on a wheelchair, who'll sit at our reception, and we will give the person the same salary for the next 20 years. We will not teach that person anything new. So I'm sorry, but this is where it is. But now, because we have people who are managing functions, they are, they're far from disabled. Nobody even knows they're disabled on many fronts. Obviously, there's going to be a strong demand for these kind of people, and they want to go out and all of that, which is where our role comes back. Right? We are saying, like any other organization, if we are not engaged with them, if they don't believe that the organization is theirs, the manager they're reporting to, everything which Ganesh spoke about in the morning, about the love culture, the empathy, and all of that, if they do not believe it's for them, they have a future and it's their career. Like I think a lady up front in the morning, she said, wo apna hai. If they don't believe it's apna hai, obviously they're going to leave. So then whose responsibility is it? It's back to the manager, right? It's back to the leaders and back to the manager. It's not just about HR. But a couple of things we have done and we've already started doing is we have a retention bonus. We pay that retention bonus only to the leadership team and the core team. The others who are working part-time, doing whatever else they're doing, we don't pay it to them. This is for the team who has proclaimed that I am the leadership team. They're in the annual report, they're on the website, they are on, they are speaking at conferences, they're speaking at Rotary clubs, they're everywhere. They're representing MayaCare. These people get a retention bonus every 3 months. They also get a performance bonus. And the year to come, we hope that there will be more funding, and we really hope some of you in the room help us, and we're able to increase that performance bonus. There's a simple KRA system. And again, back to HR, we got an HR consultant to help us, somebody, back from a bake, and she made this long HR form with 5 levels and all of that. I said, this team has no idea what is a KRA. In their life, they don't know what is a KRA. They don't know what is an appraisal. They don't know what is weightage. Weightage matlab वजन होता है. हर एक KRA का वजन होता है. We have explained that to them. So that वजन system, we have only 2 KRA. We have 4 KRAs, but only 2 ratings. 1 or 2. 1 is you get the money. 2 you don't get the money. Okay, life is very simple, and because you have to do this every 3 months. They're doing it every 3 months. They have to rate people saying इतने visits हुए नहीं हुए. ये हुआ नहीं हुआ. Numbers driven. Again, it's a learning, it's enablement. How do you teach people how to think with numbers? So we've done that, and obviously you're going to have people saying, you're going to get the retention bonus, you're going to get the performance bonus, plus you're going to get all of this, man, samman, respect, all of the other things which you don't otherwise get. They will stay. Even, and in the midst of all that, you'll still have attrition. That's part of life, right? If a person just doesn't want to work, like Ganesh said in the morning, let them go in a week or 45 minutes or whatever it is, let them go. And even better, we have this system saying, fine, you want a government job and you want this competitive exam or whatever you've got, work part-time because they want to work. They still remember, मैं कभी नहीं छोड़ूंगी, सर कभी नहीं छोड़ूंगी, मत छोड़ो, don't be part of the leadership team. But continue working in whichever way you want to, in whatever role you can, and we'll pay you for it.
So, if I may answer your question as well, I don't think people are going to stop hiring freshers because I think there's an economic model that requires the hiring of freshers. So if you were to only run your business through hiring of laterals, then you pretty much have a cost disadvantage vis-a-vis your competitors. So that's unlikely to happen.
That's true, but like I can specifically tell about my company majorly in Salesforce, right? So in Salesforce, we hire people at, let's say, 3.5, 4 lakhs as a fresher, okay? And after 1 year, we have dedicated, like, we will appraise them even 100%, like we will move them to 6 lakhs. But then they come back and saying, boss, मेरे को 15 lakh offer है, 1 साल में. Do you want to give me or not? Yes or no? Or all the values, all the culture, they're happy. We literally treat them like kings and queens. But still, they said, sir, आप पैसे दोगे नहीं दोगे. मेरे को आप 6 लाख दे रहे हो, आगे 15 लाख का ईमान नहीं है सर. Like they literally come and say that I am getting like 3x opportunity or 2x opportunity. I cannot be here. So unfortunately, like that thing is happening. So
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to answer that, I mean, you see, the lateral hire as well as the same fresher hire will continue to happen. As he rightly said, no, the commercial model is like that. But I think the whole point is also about checking the aptitude of the person, rather the attitude. And I think there was a discussion in the morning, right? Aptitude versus attitude. How many of us actually do that checks in the interview process, right? I really doubt. And see, in the Western world, right, if you, and many of us in this room would agree, in any interviews, the HR would first of all go and check, are there any gaps in your education? Are there any gaps in your career, right? And the first questions will be the most difficult questions to answer. Why was there a gap? Just because you were not incompetent, right? I mean, not competent enough. And this is the wrong start to do, actually. There has to be a change in the thinking. The person would have taken a break for for a ailing mother or father or whosoever. I mean, whatever reason. These sort of questions should not be asked. You should actually invest the time in understanding how the person is capable enough or what's his attitude. That's the question that you should ask. I think it's the kind of interviews that I faced abroad are much, much better than what you continue to face here in India. And unfortunately, that's the truth. It has to change.
Great. Thanks.
Hello, sir and ma'am. So, continuing with the same topic, my question is like while hiring fresher, I'm considering a mid-sized company. Like when we hire a fresher, we prefer offering the same package what MNCs are offering, like 3-4 lakhs. But still the fresher, they prefer to join the MNC. So what more we should offer the freshers so that they'll be inclined towards joining a mid-sized company? Anyone.
Yeah, I'll just say you just need to tell them the purpose, why they would feel important in the company. If their purpose is aligned with the company's objectives, yes, obviously pay is one thing, but they will get more opportunities to learn, grow themselves, right? I think at starting point of their career, I think that's going to be the important factor.
If we do ask the same question to an experienced person, they do say that join a startup.
No, then
you get more exposure.
Exactly. The salary is obviously the biggest motivator, and people are saying here. I mean, but there is also the second factor of having a bad boss. A lot of people in this 12 plus experience level are leaving because of toxic work culture, right? What about that? What about a bad boss? What about work-life balance? These are also important things.
That they get to know once they join the company.
Exactly. So these kind of questions should be part of the interviewing process.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, what kind of situations that they've been. Ask them questions about the real life situation they faced. What they want to do in the next 3 years, right? What is their hobbies? What are their interest levels? Probe more, right? We get into calls, we just say hi and we jump into the actual discussion. We don't even discuss what's happening around us, right? That's unfortunate.
I'll give you an answer which has nothing to do with Mayake or leadership. As an employee, the number of times I have joined a company simply because I like the people. Right? So if you are the recruiter, right? In this case, you're HR, you're the recruiter, and if you like he rightly said, if you like the way they're going to treat you, okay, the fact that you're valued as a person, as what you bring to the table, the work you're going to do, and every person, whether they're a fresher or they have 10, 20 years of experience, you get the feeling during the interview that I'm important. The work I'm going to do is going to be valued, and that's more than enough. Then you'll get the right people. Because if there's somebody who's still going to go out in the market and float a CV and then go, then it's better you don't take him. But you'll get the good people then.
So I think one of the things that the organization needs to do is understand what is your value proposition to potential employees. And then, A, do a good job of articulating that, and B, then assess students, in this case, because you're hiring freshers, to see who will fit into your employee value proposition and culture. I think that organizational fit assessment, I think, will be useful. Because, for example, I worked in Zensa, which is a mid-sized IT services company, and there were a lot of people who had offers from much larger organizations, but chose not to go there. And the reason they chose not to go there was because there was something about working for a smaller organization where, people know you rather than being a small fish in a big pond kind of a thing. So different people have different drivers, and you really need to figure out what kind of drivers work for your organization and look for people there.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. That answered my question.
Thank you. Manjeri. Thank you. Manjeri, you have mentioned about learning strategy. In this, we have two parties. One is organization and second is beneficiaries who are getting the training. In that, two things are very important. One is willingness to learn and second is desire to learn, which other panel members have also mentioned. But unfortunately, we have seen there are two schools of thoughts. So one type of leadership says that whatever is being asked by your client or customers or whatever is there in the organization, you need to push that training to the employees. And second part is whatever employee is looking forward based on the aspirations, you give that particular freedom to explore more and let person enable to the next level. So which particular side you would like to be?
Great question. You're in HR, right?
Yes.
What's your name?
Prasanna.
Prasanna, great question, absolutely. Because if you divide learning into two parts, one is the technical or the functional training, which the client is looking for. Because the client is obviously not interested in your people. The client is interested in the outcome. So I'll go back to what we are saying for persistent. I think Anand is also here, on Zensar and all the others we are working for. We are very, very focused on the outcome. This is what the client wants. This is what they're willing to pay us. And we have to give it. It's not their problem whether the person at the back end is able, disabled, whatever else, has the training, doesn't have the training. It's not their problem. So it's the same way with you, right? If the client wants, Magento or Shopify or whatever they've asked for, let's have that training and you have to get it done so that the person who's going to be put on the project knows how to do the job. That's very simple. But as HR head, or as the manager, even better as the manager, if you haven't had this conversation already with the person in your team, that what is your aspiration? What do you want to be in the long term? Do you want to be CEO, CHRO? Do you want to be something? What do you want to be? Or you want to set up your own company and this is your learning journey, or whatever it is you want to. If you haven't yet asked that question, what does the person want? There's no way you're going to meet that aspiration. Because then the question to ask is, I want to be X, but my company wants me to be this. So then the other kind of training, which is not the client-defined technical training, then you'll be able to design your learning journey in such a way that you actually meet both people's aspirations. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, because if you see industries moving towards competency-based wage structure down the line, and that's why this particular thing will play an important role. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paresh, and I have a question specifically. That person had asked a question, and it's an addition to that question. Nowadays, I think his question was more for the IT field. In current context, what is happening is employees are getting salaries, unimaginable salaries. I mean, it's no more 20%, 30% hike. It's 50%, 100%. And no matter what ethics, no matter what value proposition, everything goes for a toss. And there are lots of rejections, people don't join. So how do we tackle this?
I don't mind.
It's a difficult question, so they're pointing towards me. I'll give it a shot. So I think if you look at the long race, these people won't stay for long. I mean, anyway, if money is the motivator, people will come and go, right? So you can't, it's like a rat race. You can't, there can't be only one winner in the race, right? So I think it's important to, as Manjari also said, find the purpose, ask those right questions, so you can filter out these people, right? And as I said, it is just money, because phenomenally there is a rise in what people are getting, what they used to get. There's no match between experience, skill set. So it is difficult, but I think once it is like a storm, like once the dust settles down, things will start getting better. And I feel these people who are like job hoppers, they're like Generation Z, right? Moving from one club to another club, hopping clubs, right? So these people will fade away in some time. But we have to all be patient and just bear with it.
Just to add to that, I think in the short term, because if you have an urgent requirement, there's no alternative to offering good compensation. That's ground reality. But in the midterm, you need to build talent from within, and you need to build talent from within quantity, so that even if you lose some of them, which you will lose, you have enough people still around. So you need to invest in building talent from within.
I'll just tell you what I have done in the past when, and this is a very old story, right? Every time, every few years, there is something, some technology or something which is at its peak, and then everybody knows that, and the company also believes that only these three people in the world can actually do this, and nobody else capable of even understanding what needs to be done. It's just, all these are waves which come every time. Every few years they come, they go, and the same person is not important enough because the project is over. And the person is also, because they're earning now 20 lakhs, is the first to be sacked as well. Right? So we know this. It's not something which has happened for the first time. So in the past, what I have tried to do when I've been in situations like this is, again, look at people in two ways. That is this person interested in his own career and somebody who should be retained in this organization in the long run, even after this wave of whatever this technology is over? Is this person still interested to go further? That is one. Or the second is, like Asfar rightly said, is a person who's just going to come, do his little project, earn all his money, and just is off waiting for the next opportunity. If it's person number two, then knowledge management, right? As an organization, if you are the custodian of the knowledge in that organization, this is the time to force that person to put that knowledge into a knowledge bank, not just in a repository in some document somewhere, but actually get a bunch of people trained, at least to understand what the client is saying. So that if you're able to engage with the client and understand and actually don't make this person the front end in the first place, then you actually have, exactly like Tasfar said, some bunch of people at the back end who are going to take this project forward even after this person has shown his true colors and disappeared in just a few weeks.
Yeah, I think that's all for today. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much for making it so. May I please request everybody to stay back? We have a small token of love for all of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is all about the second panel discussion, and we had this wonderful team here. Thank you so much for your presence, and your wise words really helped magnify our cause in the best possible way. Thank you so much for being here. May I please request Kshitish? Can we ask her?
Thank you so much for your valuable insights and the information provided us. The information provided was really, really insightful and very, very important. Thank you. My sincere thanks for supporting us, and we are truly honored to have you all here. Mr. Hussain, Senior Vice President, Bajaj Finserv. Manjiri Gokhale Joshi, Founder, Director at Maya Care. Looking very pretty, ma'am. You're looking super gorgeous today. Mr. Gautam Kulkarni, Senior Program Manager. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. We'll be having a break for 15 minutes. Just for 15 minutes. Tea break for 15 minutes. Immediately after 15 minutes, I would request everybody to be here. We'll be having next panel discussion and then followed by the award ceremony. I would request everybody to be here immediately after 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everybody to be here within 15 minutes. Thank you so much. We'll be having next panel discussion over here, and that is retain. Very, very important panel discussion. I would request everybody a break for 15 minutes.
Hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can I please request everybody to come and settle down? We are going to begin with our next session. May I please request everyone? May I please request everyone to come and settle down? We are going to begin with our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request, everybody. Those who can hear my voice outside, may I please request everyone to come and settle down. Next and the last session is coming up. Ladies and gentlemen, the last announcement for everybody, those who are outside. May I please request everyone to get inside, please. Get inside the auditorium. May I please request everybody. A humble request, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the last announcement for everybody, those who are outside. May I please request everyone to come and settle down in front of the stage, please. Come on, everyone, please hurry up. We need to start our next session. Can I please request everybody? Well, this is the last announcement. Everyone, kindly come and settle down in front of the stage. We are going to begin with our next session. Shitish, should we start? ये लोग हैं क्या? आशीष गायकवाड़ is here. ये लोग हैं क्या सामने?
ये लोग बहुत बड़े हैं. He's MD of Annual. इनको मिस कॉल बोलो प्लीज, है ना?
हाँ वो बोलूँगी मैं. वो ये लोग हैं क्या?
हाँ, तीनों सामने बैठे हैं आपके जैसे.
Should we start? Should we start? Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome. My name is Dr. Bhagyashree Shinde and extend a very warm welcome once again. It takes many men's happiness to welcome such a wonderful crowd over here. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, we had the next session coming up called Retain. Yes, you heard it right. It's Retain. May I please request a moderator, Mr. Arsh Lakhani, to come forward. Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye for this gentleman, young gentleman. May I please request Mr. Ashish Gaikwad. Let us put your hands together for Mr. Ashish Gaikwad, Managing Director at Honeywell Automation India Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Mukta Kamblikar, Founder and Chief Consultant, Mukta Liberating Human Potential. Taaliyan zordar bajni chahiye. Taaliyan bahut kam baj rahi hai. Come on, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let us welcome Dr. Santosh Bhave. Dr. Santosh Bhave, Director HR and IR at Bharat Forge Limited. We extend a very warm welcome to all the panel members here and the moderator. And here we begin. एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजा देते हैं. Let us begin.
Hello. Right. Good evening, guys. It's so great to finally have you guys here. It's been a long time coming, and we're so happy that you're here. So the way we're planning on doing this session is we'll have a discussion about sort of a few problems that you faced in retaining your talent, and some of the solutions that have worked, some of the solutions that haven't worked. And obviously we have a great panel here, 1,000 plus employee companies plus a solopreneur. So huge variation in that sense as well. So can we get the other mic here, please? You have the mic. Okay.
Already there.
All right, great. So I was specifically told not to ask this question to Mr. Ashish Gaikwad, so we'll get into that with your math marks. I think that was something that we didn't want to get into, so I think we can start out with that.
Well, I was not too bad in mathematics, so just that you don't ask my marks. That's all I asked.
Okay. In that case, can I ask your iteration ratio? Is that something that's not something we can ask?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Right. Obviously, let's start out with a bit of an introduction, just to sort of get everybody on board, get in the flow of, what's your journey been like up until this point? Maybe we could go around the panel doing that.
Sure. As you know, my name is Ashish Gaikwad. I'm an engineer by education. I studied in Rajasthan, but grew up in Nagpur, which is the central part of India. And after my engineering, I dabbled with a little bit of software. It used to be a company called CMC, which is now a part of TCS. And a lot of you must have probably not used the railway reservation system, but at that time, getting a ticket for a railway journey was a task. You had to spend a long time in a queue and then go to the station. And therefore, my first project in my life that a large number of people worked on was to create a software that can allow people to book a ticket from any location in India for any other location to any other location, right? And today, millions of people use that. So that was my 2 years of software exposure. But that was in Delhi, and I did not like Delhi heat. You must have read in the newspapers that it's more than 45 degrees in Gurgaon yesterday. And so I wanted to come to a nice place, and Pune was that place for me. So I was looking for a change, and I joined that time what was called as Tata Honeywell, which was a joint venture. And I joined as a junior engineer that time, and one thing led to the other. And currently my responsibility is to look after this business in India, right? So that's a quick journey that I undertook.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Mukta, if you could continue.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mukta Kamplikar, and I think the reason why Ganesh invited me for this session is because in about 21 years of my career with the corporates, I couldn't be retained by the 7 companies that I worked for. And then I started my own company called Mukta, fairly narcissistic as it may sound. It is about liberating human potential, which I believe is like filled inside, and so that's what I do. So about 25 years now, 5 years of working on my own company and working with multiple clients across India and Turkey, and about 21 years with about 7 companies, Tata's being my longest stint, Tata Management Training Center, and then Tata Fiat, and then Tata Auto Components, and then I moved to Cummins and Bajaj Auto, and then RPG, where I met Ganesh. And we did a lot of fascinating and interesting work together. So, so here I would love to really talk about retaining different resources, people who are really different, and not a part of your regular people that you hire. So that's why I also accepted this.
Thank you.
Mukta, you are not added. She is a fine artist. She recently had her painting exhibition for us there. Isn't it? You must thank me for adding this. You must have forgotten that. Okay, this is Santosh Bhave. Born at Rajasthan, brought up at Uttar Pradesh, educated in Maharashtra, being forged at Bharat Forge Limited, Pune for last 21 years. By education, I am human process development engineer. You said you are engineer by qualification and profession. I am engineer by profession because my job is to develop humans in company for is there. I did my master's in psychology, master's in law. Then I did my doctoral study from Pune University. Now I'm working with Bharat Forge Limited for last about 21 years. For last about 47 years, I'm connected with this profession from last about 7 to 8 industries. PhD guide with Pune University. About 7 students, they got doctoral degree under my supervision for is that. Thank you very much. Nice to be here for it.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you. Great introductions. Mr. Ashish, if I could continue with you, sort of to create a foundation around what we're trying to get into here. The first sort of question I would like to ask is, since we have HR plus management over here, to create a bit of a controversy, maybe I want to ask: is retention the job from an HR perspective or from a leadership perspective? What do you think?
Well, it's an interesting question. I think in the previous sessions also, when I was listening, there was one thing which was very strongly mentioned. And that theme cuts across, which is the very purpose why anybody would like to work, right? And so if somehow an individual's aspirations and an individual's goals in life, other than just the salary, because if somebody is there only to collect a paycheck at the end of the month, then anything and everything is the same. But if other than that the higher goals they match, then the retention is absolutely possible. It just happens naturally and not by force. And so to create that type of a match, it is not a one person or a one department job that you need to prescribe. It has to be the cultural aspect and the aspirations of that particular corporation or a company. And to get that, it takes a full village. It's not just one particular department or function. So I think you cannot just say this or that. It is everybody.
Very, very insightful. Dr. Santosh, do you want to add something to that?
I appreciate, because first gentleman is Ashish, then it has to come alphabet B, Bhave. Okay. And that is why you have selected me as a second. Thank you very much. Title retention is the one which always gives tension. Whether it is a business manager or HR manager or whatever level you are working for is there. Now question is, if you say plain as a dictionary meaning of retention means the duration of employee who is aligned physically with the organization. But for me, I look it from differently. Probably its opposite is attrition. That's what's that percentage you have in your organization for attrition. But I would think from otherwise for is there. Employee may be there in your organization for a certain number of years. Yes, numerical number, yes. Whether psychologically has he been retained in your organization, to my thinking, it's very, very important thing. And probably that's the reason, because when I read in a paper recently, IT industries like Infosys or so many others to name, they have attrition level not less than about 20-25% for is there. At one point of time, we had also touched that numerical number. What's that magic which has taken place? Now our attrition level is just about 2.6 per annum. It means that is what the retention level what we have. And then when in process of journey, I'll tell you that how we have taken the steps of universalize all aspects of ensuring that when you join organization, probably you will think only for superannuation for us there. That's what is my submission.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's a great insight. And maybe we can move this along to the next question, because
sure.
then that,
Thank you, please.
that sort of brings you to the next question. Recent studies have shown that, and I'm sure since the morning we've had sort of similar discussions where employers are stealing employees from one company to the next, right? And just because they're paying higher packages, they're able to steal that. But is that sustainable now? And for how long will that be sustainable? And how can you then stop to retain your employees if you're not being able to, match that level of packages, in your opinion, sir?
Thank you. Well, yeah, if money is the motivator, then whoever pays more for a 10%, people will jump, right? But look at it this way. We are Honeywell. I'll speak for myself, right? Because the fact that the company has been able to retain me for last 30 years, ever since I joined as a junior engineer, means they are doing something. And I'm not an exception. There are many people, many colleagues in Honeywell who have been in the organization for a very long period of time. I guess money is definitely one of the variables in the equation. It is not that you just completely ignore it and therefore, only have the, higher purpose, etc., because it then becomes very philosophical. But alongside that variable, there has to be a lot of other stuff that we do. For example, like I said, Honeywell is a technology company. And every mission to the moon, Honeywell has been involved. Every space journey that has taken up so far in the history of mankind, Honeywell's components have been there on every spaceship. We are right now working on the new generation aircrafts that will use solar energy or any other form of renewable energy, which may not be a product available in the next 5 years or even 10 years. Maybe the company will make revenues 15 years down the line. But these are some of the projects that we are working on. We are working on the quantum computing. We are working on the entire set of sustainability technologies, where you will make fuel from either the sunlight or the wind that is blowing, and then store it into the batteries which are not harming the overall planet. Things like that. So if the new generation is really inspired by things which are technology-oriented, because we are a technology company at the end of the day. And even if they are not engineers, but they contribute towards this larger goal of the company, even if they are accountants, even if they are in the HR department, even if they are doing work that is for purchasing certain new materials, all of that goes into these missions that I just now described. And that probably, alongside paying at the market comparable rates, is the secret sauce that we have to keep using to retain people. That's how we look at it from our organization's perspective.
Right. You mentioned a great point where you said it's not just about the money, it's about sort of person's potential in order to stay there for that company. And I think that's where Dr. Mukta's sort of vision really comes into play. So if I could ask you sort of to elaborate on what Sir has just mentioned, if you could help us out with that.
So in my experience, while I was with the Tatas, we used development as a very important tool for retention. And also at RPG, there were these templates that we used where so there was a question in the earlier panel where there was a comparison between, what should I be developing in our people? So we created some of these templates and used them for retention and actually having important conversations with employees, and particularly high potentials, because those are the people that we are kind of mostly worried about, saying, I don't want them to leave. So what are those kinds of conversations? Otherwise, towards the end, when the person's put in his resignation, HR kind of jumps in or is asked to jump in and kind of have that conversation saying, you're the most important person, you're God's gift to mankind. And that's the only time when that conversation actually happens. So we had created this whole 5 kinds of conversations, of course, including feedback, including conversations about their potential, about their interests, and conversations that fuel their passions. I think in RPG, I was the only employee who was invited to Mr. Goenka's art camp because he knew that there's this person who paints, and these important conversations otherwise don't happen. Their managers don't even know what the person is capable of. And I think it's very important to have these conversations and beyond work with people, and particularly people who you really, really want in the organization.
That's a very interesting perspective, because I think since today morning, this sort of point has come up a lot, where how do you retain an employee where if you can't afford them, right? But the fact that you guys talk about liberating the potential of the employee, not just keep paying till you're either dry out or they have the market on their side, this makes a lot more sense. So thank you for your opinion. And Dr. Santosh, if I could move this along to you. Today morning, when Dr. Natarajan gave his keynote speech, we had somebody from the audience, asked about notice periods, right? So 90-day notice periods and 30-day notice periods. And Dr. Natarajan said, very beautifully, he spoke about how the US does 7 to 15 days of notice periods, right? So at Bharat Forge, what is the sort of, ideology that is going on now, and what is the sort of future plans that you have?
I have attended a number of training programs of Mukta. I was a student. So if I give correct answer, I was trained better. If I give best answer, then I have understood training program better. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, specifically, if you are asking about Bharat Forge, well, I mean, we are, for certain level, we are not too much sacrosanct as far as number of days notice is concerned, because we personally believe that if someone is thinking of leaving the job, it's only action was he's taking there, but his reaction is starting maybe 30 days back, 60 days back, or 90 days back. Another important thing is that someone who works with him shoulder to shoulder, maybe superior, colleague, mentor, coach, they need to get that alarm from his approaches, behavior, whether physically that employee may be present here, but mentally, has he been engaged and aligned with the purpose of organization for which he is here? Okay. And we look at notice period from really a practical perspective for us there. For critical position, yes, as I told you, our attrition rate is absolutely within bounds for us there. From mid-management to above level, it is just negligible. From lower level, probably post-pandemic, we have started experiencing a little bit, because there are a number of openings which are coming out in a market for us there. And then as I made reference in my, while giving introduction for us there, the name itself in our company is forging. We don't forge metal, but then we forge mind of individuals also there. And forging of mind in such a way that when he joined our organization as a pin, he gets dispatched as a piano. Okay, so that is how the approach of any organization has to be. Our approach, I am as a partner with the journey of Bharat Forge for last about 21 years. And then right from beginning, we have been experiencing the same type of approach. Rather, it is improvising every now and then. So it's from organization to organization to say how sacrosanct you should be for notice period for us there. I personally believe when somebody is giving notice, we should relieve him immediately.
I think even the hiring organization sometimes becomes very desperate, and they say, "Arey yaar, iska notice period kharid lo," right? And it's pretty derogatory sometimes. I'm interviewing for one of the senior positions right now as we speak for my organization. this is a senior legal position that I need to fill up. And just a day before yesterday, I was interviewing a person, and that person told me that she will be not able to join before 4 months if she is selected because she is involved in a M&A deal, mergers and acquisitions deal. And she gave me the reasons for that. And actually, my respect for that person increased because that means that person, although would like to make a change in the career, but is very sensitive to the fact that she is a senior person handling a very important job, and therefore she is not able to meet the 2 months of notice period, but would need 4 months, right? So I think sometimes these are the things that we can check, especially when you are recruiting important senior level people, and the ethics and integrity is one of the key things that can be tested through this.
Great, yeah.
I would truly substantiate your view for is there. You know, if somebody is in your organization, if he's supposed to give 90 days notice and if he comes and requests you, please relieve me in 9 days time. I mean, you can understand the level of his attachment with the organization, and then what rightly you said, someone to whom you have issued letter at senior position, he and she is coming, that no, I have some assignment in my hand, unless and until I complete that, I won't be in a position for that. So, case to case, you need to take a proper, appropriate, loud, application-based judgment for this there. There is nothing fixed law for this.
Right. And like you just mentioned, right, case to case. And if you don't mind, I can continue with you. You know, like you said, retention depends upon the kind of employee you're trying to retain, right? And in that case, obviously, there's your 0 to 3 year employees, your 3 to 5 years employees, and your 5 to 10 year employees. So do you have sort of different ways of retaining these particular employees, or is it sort of one size fits all?
I mean, we can't put all employees in similar basket for is there. There has to be approach for is there. You know, somebody who is joining organization right from fresh from college, you can't treat him as if somebody is working in your organization for 7 years and 10 years for is there. A company like, since you asked specifically for Bharat Forge, company like us, where we employ about 10,000, 11,000 guys at one place for is there. Forging environment, you know, when you go inside the plant, temperature is 100 degree, 200 degree. Young boy with white shirt, if he's coming in a plant, probably evening when he'll come, his parents or girlfriend may not recognize him there. Okay, so in that case, one need to understand what is that attachment of employee to your organization. Accordingly, you need to penetrate. What should be your approach for is there? Coaching, mentoring, handholding, all these aspects play very, very important role in this there. And then if I start treating employee who is fresh from institute like an employee who has worked with our company for about 10 years, 12 years time, it may not be possible. It's just not possible, and we don't do like that there.
Very interesting, very interesting. Dr. Mukta, if I could get your 2 cents, this is one of the questions that the audience has specifically requested we ask you. In a perspective, from the liberating potential point of view. So in the case, for example, if you have somebody working in your sales team who's been with you for about 3 years, and a leadership position has recently opened up, you as an HR leader or an HR manager, should you promote your in-house talent, or should you now get talent from outside and fill up that position?
So in my experience, what most organizations do is they try and get internal talent as far as possible. But then, of course, depends on merit. So if you have, if I were the manager, I would look at merit as one of the most important criteria for doing something like this. Although I wanted to add to the previous question, and I'm very passionate about that, so I take it back there. I think
just turn the mic a little bit.
So when you were when you asked Mr. Bhave about are there different ways to retain different kinds of employees, I think I want to talk about employees who are creative, employees who think out of the box. And when you look at organizations, the competitive edge that you get is out of these people, and they are kind of far and few in the organization. And you really need a different approach towards retaining them. They are a bit edgy, They may want flexi timings. They may want somebody to have a conversation with, coach, mentor, talk to somebody who's had years of experience that they don't have. So how do you provide for that? And I think it's very important for organizations to look at this set of people. They are kind of, some of them are, we use a tool called as the MBTI, and a lot of times we have employees who have a feeling orientation. We have employees who are very intuitive. They think of things that seem unrealistic at any point of time, and their managers snub them, and then they can't kind of express their creativity in the organization. So I think it's important. So when a creative person leaves your organization, it's very important for the HR to step in, and for the line manager and the CEO, even the CEO if required, to step in and retain this kind of talent. So I think.
Very, very interesting opinion. So, Mr. Ashish, I think we've put off this question all day because every time that this question sort of came up, we said, okay, we'll handle that in the retain session. So, obviously, multinational corporation, obviously you faced problems with the Great Resignation, and just want to take your sort of opinion on how you've up until now managed that, and what is the sort of future of how it's looking at the moment.
Sure. There is no one or two silver bullets that I can give you. I wish we had, but there are none. I can again relate to my own journey and experience in Honeywell, right? So this company is about a 115-plus-year-old company. There are not too many companies which are relevant even today and have stood the test of time, right? So what, therefore, we believe is important in an organization, at least my inside-out view from Honeywell, is every decade the company itself has to reinvent itself, right? Because if we stay and therefore bask in the past glory and not sort of think of what's going to happen in the next few years or a decade, then even the employees, especially the Gen Z which comes into the organization, they will really not feel in tune with the organization. So the way we've tried to do some of these, the management of attrition is, we do offer, and of course the size matters in this case because Honeywell is a large company with multiple lines of businesses, multiple opportunities. We encourage people to really change their roles every X number of years, right? So let's say typically about 3 years, 4 years. And what happens there is you get a choice of doing something new. So there is this, for those who want to learn, and there was a big learning session in the previous discussion, those are really looking forward to that change and learn something new skills, new business, new portfolio, new customers, whatever. Also, this offers people an opportunity to change. You get a feeling of changing the job, like what people do when they hop the job. They actually change all these things. They change their manager, they change their colleagues, they change their portfolio or customers. But if you can do it within the same company, so you get all the perks of changing a job, but without changing the company itself, that's what probably could be one of the good secret sauce of doing this. But you have to also do it in a very strongly grounded meritocracy. That means it's got to be based on merit. There should not be a sort of a godfather for somebody saying, okay, Abhi, I'll do this for this guy, etc. Right? You got to be very, very honest and provide that equality, that equal opportunity for everybody. Doesn't matter gender, doesn't matter background, etc. It's easy to say, difficult to do many a times. But if that's what we keep doing year after year, I think this issue can be tackled easily. And I think to a great extent, my colleagues in the company, in HR, are able to achieve that kind of a balance.
Audience, I think that answer deserves a bit of a round of applause. Thank you so much. And Dr. Santosh, I'm guessing you second his opinion. If you want to shed some light on the same question, if you may.
First of all, I wish to compliment you, Ashish, very nicely and very aptly. You advocated the point for us there. And you yourself is an example. You joined as junior engineer or engineer, rose to the position of managing director for us there. I personally feel, responding clearly to your question for us there, majority of the time, one must try developing the talent within. Okay, the classic example I can give you. Tomorrow, Mr. Manoj Naravane, he is retiring from Indian Army. Have you ever seen any headhunter or institute itself, Army, Navy, giving any advertisement, need Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Naval Staff? No. Reason is they are always risen from from bottom to top. And they understand the institute, culture, technology, do's and don'ts very nicely. They are nurtured from that fashion. And it's applicable even to institutes like corporates where I work, and most of people from this August gathering, they must be attached and understanding this. My personal belief is focus should be more for driving talent within, but for specific position. If you are diversifying your business and you are sure that you are not likely to get talent from within, well, I mean, you have to go. Suppose from forging, we are diversifying from railway business. It's completely new. I mean, we have to have somebody from outside for us there. And it is applicable to all industries per se, what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So I want to add to what Mr. Bhavi said, and I think I have a slightly different view on this because when we keep on, and I've seen it with a couple of multinational organizations, they do work a lot on building talent from within, but it sometimes also kind of risks us being an incestuous organization. And the kind of diversity that sometimes the lateral talent brings is important to the organization. So I think from a diversity standpoint, some mixing is a good idea. And yeah, so with all due respect to building talent from within and the costs of building talent from within, I think I'd also vouch for some lateral talent from different, and from different kinds of organizations. So if you're a manufacturing firm, you should hire from, say, a creative organization, say a service company, because you have service as a part of your business and they do service the best. So can you kind of look at that? So
I think that is a very interesting opinion, if you want to add something to that.
No, I would agree, because, the way I look at it is, some jobs, there are different categories of jobs, right? Let's say if I'm trying to hire somebody who wants to bring in a strategic marketing aspect into the organization, and we are kind of in a particular line of business getting plateaued, and therefore we need new ideas. Looking for somebody from within the organization may be a mistake. You got to get somebody from outside and totally different perspective who will shake the tree a little bit. And I think, therefore, that is a place where you got to bring someone in, let that person understand the culture of the company, understand what is being done, but also, bring that outside in view. In some jobs, like Mr. Bhave said, it's better to get somebody who is, even if that person internally is only 70% ready, whereas the person that you've interviewed for just 1 hour seems to be 90 or 100% ready, it is nice to give the chance to that 70% ready person in that role, because two things happen. One, you are really developing people and making a message to everybody that in this organization, you can grow, even if you are not perfect. Second, the cultural aspect, which is very difficult for us to inject in the very, short period of time that you need to get certain things done, I think that is invaluable. That is not measurable, but it is invaluable. Right. So,
wow.
I think also supporting the new organ that you get from outside
right.
is very important, because again, there'd be a retention problem. If you get a high potential employee from outside for a specific thing, the body doesn't accept it. Right. So what is it that you're really doing to make sure that?
Right. So I think at this point, I think the entire panel is on the same page. But I just want to see if the audience is as well. So in that case, what we'll do is we'll quickly open the session up to audience questions. We won't do too many questions. We'll do a maximum of 2 to 3 questions. So if we could have somebody take the mic and give it to the audience, whoever's interested, yeah? You can raise your hands and you can direct the questions to any one of the panelists.
Hi. My question is directed to Dr. Mukta. So, Dr. Mukta, you said that special measures need to be taken while retaining creative people, right? So, wouldn't it like disturb the other employees when they see that some particular employees are, the say CEO or the line managers are taking certain extra special effort to retain some of the employees, whereas the same importance is not being given to everybody else. So,
it depends on how you do it. So earlier in the panel, when Manjari was talking about the outcome I want to talk about the process. What's equally important is the process, the how of things, the way you do some of these things, and how important is this kind of talent for you. So you have to take that balanced call, and it's not as if everybody is going out in the open and pouncing on that employee and others are watching, but it's to be able to have these important conversations with them, understanding why, and not just getting that exit form filled. Where anyway people lie. So, I think it's about how.
Since we are talking a lot about flexibility since morning, and now that is getting impacted on attract, motivate, retain, and develop all. So from that perspective, since we have a business, HR, and also Mukta on the panel, what's your view on that? How we should really approach? Because this is something, facing a lot of issues here in terms of attracting, because people are not ready to move from one place to other. And this is primarily happening post-pandemic. So what's the view here? So how we should see future shaping up from now?
Well, so I think he's, by the way, Mahesh Joshi, he's my CHRO. He's just, he gets a chance to now put me on the spotlight. So but thank you for that question, I think, Mahesh. This is a very relevant question. And jokes apart, Mahesh is working on a global program for entire Honeywell. We do business in more than 100 countries, and this is a problem which has emerged during the pandemic, right? Because people experience the work from home type of culture, and there are different impacts that have happened. But for a company, there are always people who are from Generation X, Gen Y, Gen Z, right? All kinds of, there is a mix. And also we are at different stages of our life, when we are professionally working in an organization. For example, if somebody is a Gen X type of employee, they will have aging parents or parents-in-law. They will need to take care of them. They have different set of problems. If you are a Gen Y type of employee, you will have young kids, school-going kids, homework, etc. So they have a separate thing to balance as far as work-life balance is concerned. If you are a Gen Z, like some of you in the room, you have a very different idea of life, right? I mean, you will want to have a very smart balance between work and life, and which is good. So that, brings a very special value to the flexibility that we design as far as our organizations are concerned. And so you have to design them smartly such that the productivity is not lost, number one, because otherwise it's all waste, in my view. Number two, it needs to not take away the angle of collaborating and making people feel together. Because if you do everything remotely, I think we have experienced that it's not all fun, right? It feels good for the first 2 months, 3 months, but then you have a need to interact with your teams and to go back and have that robust conversation that people enjoy. So I guess flexibility is going to be the real secret sauce of the future of work, and that's what I think all companies are looking at. Just making it hybrid is not types of flexibilities that one will have to be offered while taking into account some of these other things that I talked about. So I think that's how I feel about it, Mahesh, and I'm sure you know more about it because you are thick into it right now.
I understand we have a lot of questions from the audience, but we have another keynote session that is lined up. In that case, if you guys could give a very big round of applause to the retain session. Thank you guys so much for having us. Mr. Sitij, if I could have you on stage for a minute, yes?
Done?
Okay. Facilitation.
Thank you.
No, it's just 1 second. Ms. Mukta, if you could just come up, stay up on stage for another minute.
Yeah, can I please request speakers to be on the stage?
Sir, you as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful, very intellectual. Thank you, thank you. Very much enlightening and too much insightful. Thank you so much. I would request... Can we have a huge, huge round of applause for all the speakers here, all the panelists here. Mr. Ashish Gaikwad, Managing Director at Honeywell Automation India Limited. Thank you so much. We are really, truly blessed to have you here, sir. Dr. Mukta Kamblikar, Founder and Chief Consultant, Mukta Liberating Human Potential. Ma'am, you're looking super gorgeous. Dr. Santosh Bhave, Director HR and IR at Bharat Forge Limited. Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We are really honored and blessed to have you all here. Moving towards the closing keynote. Yes, this is the last segment, closing keynote. Before that, there is an announcement for everybody out here. Those who are leaving, please do not forget to collect your certificates. We have certificates for everybody. Please do not forget to collect your certificates.
So guys, we have a closing keynote now. Excellent. You want to? No, you want to put the slide? Slide at the closing.
Slide.
So yeah, so it was the closing keynote was supposed to be Mr. Anand Deshpande, but he insisted that he wanted to make it more interactive. So can I invite Mr. Anand Deshpande on the stage, please? I want to do it myself. Please have a seat. Yeah, Mr. Ganesh, please, sir. So people want to hear more of you. So, morning was not enough, so they want more of you.
Dr. Ganesh Natarajan.
Please. हाँ. So दोनों आप इधर ही बैठी, मैं यहाँ बैठूंगा सर. आप दोनों यहाँ बैठिए आराम से. So basically the whole idea is I think from morning we had great sessions. I'm sure you guys learned a lot from morning. And the whole idea is, what we have come up with a common problem, what all of us are facing. And one way is, of course, we keep on discussing about the problem, or we can rethink the whole solution, what we can do. So, I had a word with Anand Deshpande, and he had really some great insight in terms of how we can maybe change the approach, because if we cannot change the industry, we can change the approach, right? So, Mr. Anand, please, do you want to start on this?
Okay. So, first, I'm not an HR person. Okay. Second, I'm a Ganesh Bhakt, so I'm here because of Ganesh. So you should thank Ganesh for inviting me here. And I'm really waiting for Amisha Patel.
That's a pun, by the way.
So she covered half the ad in the news, in your thing. So clearly she's the most important person. We are all waiting for her. And the rest of us here, we are going to fill in till she gets here. So that's the other part of it. Okay, having said that, okay, I'm a techie by training. So I'm a computer science geek. And I sort of look at things in terms of trade-offs and first principles, okay? And I'm not an HR guy, so I'm going to give you what I have observed in general in terms of what's happening and what's going on. Second thing I want to mention, and for today's conversation as well, that, I was running Persistent, but now I'm just the chairman. I'm part of the ownership of the company. I have a management team that runs the business. So I'm not going to talk about what Persistent is doing. Let the management decide what that is. But I can give you my opinions on what should be done, which is a nice way to do this. So I'm going to give you 4 points, which I think, again, going from first principles that I want to set up. And that will help in addressing some of these other questions that you have. So the first thing I want, this is something we did at Persistent for the last several years. First thing that is very important to understand is that every employee, every person is responsible for his own career. You are not responsible for his career as HR. Company is not responsible for the career. Every individual is responsible for his own career. Very important to note, because everyone else sort of tries to believe that, oh, I'm going to make your career, I'm going to give you a career path, I'm going to train you. Well, sorry, I'm responsible for my career, and every employee is responsible for their own careers. So this is the first thing you have to understand. And it is important to think like that, because there is no way anything else is possible. So first thing, that's very important. The second part that I want you to understand is that work is not isolated at all. Work and life actually have to live in harmony. Work is going to come at home, so home has to come to work. Okay? And this is the reality of life. You cannot separate work from life. Life and work have to go together. And as people running businesses or whatever else you may be running, you have to appreciate the fact that every employee or every person who works in the team is part of a life that he is running, and work is one part of his life. Okay, or her life, whatever. So it's very important to consider that, because a lot of times people miss out on this very important thing, especially the HR guys who are very used to learning things from the book, and then they miss this point out. Okay. Third point I want to make is that companies go through different stages of life. Okay. At different stage of the life of the company, you need different kinds of people. And to give you a sense, what I have observed is that companies go through these S-curves. You do a certain things, you'll see growth, and then the company plateaus out, and you have to find the next S-curve, and the next one, and the next one. At every S-curve, the way you run the business is very different from the one you run in the previous one. And this transition is not very easy for people to make, and this is where companies falter. So this ability to move from one orbit to the next orbit to the next orbit is the critical function for the growth of the business and for the longevity of the business. And if you're not able to understand these transitions and look at what you need in the context of what you might be doing, then you are going to miss out on where you want to go. Likewise, individuals also go through these stages. And I have been working on this for a while, and I've been doing many workshops on what should individuals do. What should you do in your first 10 years of your career versus second 10 years of your career, third 10, fourth 10, and fifth 10, and so on. And the idea here is that at different stages in your life as an individual who is responsible for his own career has different expectations and aspirations. And companies tend to force people into saying that, I need you to do this and this promotion, whatever. That may not be important for that person at a certain stage of life. So you have to appreciate that there is an individual involved. The individual is responsible for their career, and they have phases in their life. At different parts of their life or different stages of their life, they are likely to think differently about different things, and one has to be sensitive to that fact. Okay, so that was just, these S-curves actually apply to individuals also, and we can talk more about that. And then I believe that everyone, since is responsible for their own career, we have to look at HR as supporting my aspirations rather than telling me what your aspirations are, So once you take this sort of approach that, I'm responsible for my career, and you HR, you are responsible for making me happen. And I'm going to flip this in another very interesting way. And there's a very nice book that a friend of mine has written. His name is Ashok Shah. And he has a book he calls Me Enterprise. All right, you can look it up. It's available online. And his context is that I am my own enterprise. So I'm responsible for my career. So I'm responsible for my training. If I need to go trained in something new, it's not the company's responsibility, it's my responsibility, because that's what I need to do. I should invest in myself, because I'm responsible for my career. If you want to go somewhere, it's my responsibility. I should invest. Don't come and tell me the company didn't take care of me or did this. It's not company's problem, it's my problem. I'm the one responsible for my career. Then you go further along and say, if I work for the company is my customer. So if I treat my customer with respect, I am my own enterprise, I should be treating the company like the company is my customer as well, right? So there is a lot of responsibility that we need to give and empower the individuals to be in a position to control their life and work their life out. And what we have found, especially now in the company itself as well, is that, yes, people come, people go, people leave, but the importance of empowering individuals to believe that they manage their life and their career is highly, highly good stuff. I mean, it helps everyone in all kinds of different ways. So once you take this sort of first principles approach, right, then you can answer many of these questions about, what am I supposed to do, who's supposed to do what, and all of these. They kind of fall in place. So let me stop here because we have other people as well. And I just thought I'd put the first 4 points that I have seen happen. And then, of course, Kshitij will have other ideas and we can take questions from everyone else.
No, just to add to that, first of all, I must acknowledge what Anand said, because when I moved to Pune in 2001, moved from Aptech to Zensar, there were only 3 companies of any relevance in the tech sector in Pune. One was, of course, I think Zensar was about 400 people, Anand must have been about 500 people, and there was another...
You were always smaller than Zensar.
Oh, you were smaller, then you must be 350. And then there was another company which was around the same size called KPIT Cummins in those days. And that was also 300. So imagine the whole industry in Pune was about max 2,000 people. Today we are probably 4 lakhs and growing. So Pune has probably been the fastest growing tech city. I mean, Bangalore has always been very big. But I'm saying that's the kind of scale. And I think thanks to the fact that all of us ran very successful companies, all became hugely successful in the stock markets, I think everybody thought there must be some secret about Pune. And, whether it was TCS or Infosys or, of course, Honeywell was always there. But I think that's really what we've seen. So it's a very interesting place to be in. And I still remember the first time I met Anand was when I moved to Pune. And that time I was this typical Bombay guy, came wearing a suit and tie and everything else. And Anand gave me his first lesson. And every time I meet Anand, I get lessons from him. So he says, Pune mein bhaiya, when you do formal, you change your chappals for sandals and tuck in your shirt. Bas aur kuch nahi karna hai. Okay, which is interesting, because we sometimes transpose cultures of multinationals onto local. You try and transpose the culture of a startup onto a mid-tier company and vice versa. So you have to understand that you have to be culturally sensitive. However, I totally agree with his second point when he talked about, work and life are kind of intertwined. Somebody asked me recently that, look, what's your definition of work-life balance? So I said, for me, work-life balance is 5.5 days a week I work from office and 1.5 days I work from home. So is that balance? I don't know. Okay, and you're saying, oh my God, this guy is old-fashioned. Everybody wants to have their... I was talking to a friend of mine in New York literally 3 days back, and she's Harvard Business School, worked for McKinsey for a couple of years, now working for a startup. And I said, what are you most excited about? She said, I'm most excited about the fact that we're now designing this permanent 3-day week. So I said, 3 days from come to work and 2 days from home. He says, no, only work for 3 days. I'm like, wow, man. This is like France. So I'm saying there will be different strokes for different folks, and I think what Anand said is absolutely right. And the last point he made was what I talked about in the morning, that identify the jugnu within the person. Remember I talked about that? So I'm saying if there is a collective flame or a jwala that is there in the company, and each of our little flames, our jugnus can contribute towards that, then it's a perfect mix. Then you won't think of work-life balance, you won't think of should I quit and go tomorrow somewhere else. Because in any case, if you're working 7 days a week, you don't have time to surf the internet and float your biodata somewhere else. So from an HR point of view, think of it. Can you get people to really commit themselves to, and I'm glad that there are so many people in this room whom I have worked with in the past. I mean, just to read out, like Mukta and I designed the whole leadership agenda for Zensar. Because she was in corporate office in RPG, and she and I used to interact very often. I know most of her poems, know most of her paintings. Mr. Bhave forgot to mention she's also a great poet and she's a published poet in terms of she has a list of poems published. So people like her have really helped in making this happen. And similarly, I mean, if you look at Manjari, for instance, who I know for the last 25 years, she first came to interview me as a journalist from DataQuest. And, you know, we've been like hanging around forever. And today, if you look at Sanjana out there, for instance, who is 17 years in Zensar, she tells me, okay. And they probably first job. So there are people like this still in this planet, okay, who are very happy with what they do. Okay, don't necessarily keep looking at what is outside. And I dare say Persistent is one of those. I mean, just recently, I think a couple of weeks back, one of my best HR heads, a guy called Yogesh Padgaonkar, joined Anand's company as his CHRO. So I'm saying there are people who really believe in values like loyalty and, you know, working for people, working for great leaders. And I think that's really what we're all saying. That at the end of the day, if you think it's all about money stupid, you're being stupid. Because if you start as HR or CEO with that perspective, you're never going to get anywhere. Because there's no amount of money you can stuff down people's wallets or throats that will hold them. And we've discussed this over the last 6 hours. So I think that's something that we need to look at. Back to Chitas.
So great points. First of all, you mentioned about Amisha Patel, right? So see that's why I'm a designer. They love Amisha Patel. No, because the reason is even in this image, if you see on the back side, you know, for whatever reason, I'm not sure why I'm so big in this image. You know, so maybe
you don't have to explain everything, boss. It's all right. Sometimes you need a joke. Go on.
Yeah. So these are great points. You know, so from morning, yeah.
Probably the audience doesn't know it. This happened because Anand posted somewhere on social media that Amisha Patel is going to teach a lot of people HR, and Ganesh and I will be there. That's not the context.
Right. So, sir, of course, you know, all these things, what we're talking about is how we attract talent, how we enable them, how we retain them, right? So that's one approach of doing that. But then, you know, the other day we were talking about the way the things are changing.
Correct.
Right.
So, okay, let me try to sort of tell you the most important. So what I've realized is that this whole thing about what is a company, right? That has become a very interesting question in itself, right? And I think a lot of these discussions that you are looking at are sort of, in a sense, an old-fashioned way of looking at what a company means. And I really believe that, and I can ask this question to all of you. So all of you work from home. Tell me how many of you
work from home?
Everybody was working from home. I think clearly that was 100% there. My question to you is, how many of you believe that at least 10% of your employees were moonlighting? Meaning doing one more job at the same time. How many of you believe that at least 30% were moonlighting? Okay.
Many of them, even I believe.
I believe, you believe. So reality is that, you know, people want to do many jobs at the same time in a certain situation. People want, within the same company also, they want to do 2 jobs at the same time. Okay? So there is all kinds of different things that are happening. Okay? This is one part of it. I'll tell you, I'm working on 2 interesting missions at the moment. And one, I'm trying to work on trying to build a data set at India level for cancer data. So we call it India Cancer Genome Atlas. All right? We have a mission. I don't have any employees. Clearly, everyone who is part of it is a doctor somewhere and is a researcher and all of that. I have another project like this with RSSDI, which is the Research Society for Study of Diabetes in India. Again, I have very committed people and they all work together, but none of them are employees. You look at IPL, you look at the teams that are there. Do you know what team Chris Gale plays for? Well, now he's not playing, but you know, people like him, they play on many teams at the same time. Do you mean they are not committed to their company or their team? Are they not playing with their full enthusiasm? All right. You look at situations like movies. When you make a movie, you bring a team together. The job gets done. The movie is done. You disassemble the team. New movie, new team. This is how people have been doing things. So, you know, I really believe that as we look ahead.
This occasionally happens to that mic.
So as I look ahead, right, I believe that the definition of company, what does company mean? What does an employee mean? What does job mean? What is the project you are trying to do? All of these things are likely to evolve. All right? And here's where I sort of go back to the first principles. From the company's point of view, company has a journey, company has a stage, and a company has a mission, and they need to do that. Employees have a stage, they have certain points in their life, and they're going to do certain things that are appropriate for them. At certain stage in your life, kids are interested in moving from one place to the other. So that's the way it is. They want to get more money because that's what they think is sexy. As simple as that. So, you know, you can't fight these kinds of mechanics. You have to figure out a way to play around these if you want to retain and hold people. And that's more interesting than trying to say, okay, how do I go against the tide? Most of us, and I'll give you some very crude examples, we are machar, basically. These trends are too big for us to go on. So in this kind of context, the companies, individuals, we are all small fries here. We don't make the trends happen. These trends are happening all over the place. So how do you deal with it? I look at it, and I've said this in many different ways. We have to think like the makhi that moves on the bhains that is moving, okay? So jo bhains ja raha hai, uske saath nikal jana chahiye. Don't try to bloody fight it. Yeah, there's a big bhains and you are the small makhi. Where are you going to go, right? So this is how you have to think about it. So you have to figure out the trends that are there and go with them, rather than trying to say that, I'm going to make the bhains go in another direction because I want to go there. Arey, you are a makhi. Go with the bhains that is going in the direction you want to go, right? Why are you kind of going after that? So this is the reality of how you have to think a little bit about saying, how can I be creative? This is the trend that is going to happen. People are hiring from everywhere. People are going all over the place. So how can I make it more interesting? How can I find it a way so that I can get what I want to get done without trying to break the trends? So these are sort of things that I think this is an opportunity for people to think out of the box, think from first principles, think about the individual. The individual has a mission. There is a life that he's trying to live. And in that mission, he thinks that other people are telling him this or that. So this is the reality of stuff. So now if I were to stop here and project a little bit further along, say 5 years from now or 10 years from now, I believe that the gig economy is going to happen. People are going to have multiple jobs at the same time, all right? And companies will figure out a way to deal with this, okay? Hiring market will depend from anywhere in the world. You can work from anywhere. People will work from anywhere. You just saw the Airbnb stuff. That guy said, I have 70 locations where I have Airbnbs. You can go rent any Airbnb you want and you can work there. Once in 6 months we will meet and we have a schedule. All of us, very honestly, we found that our productivity at work, meaning we delivered our best numbers when everybody was home, okay? Clearly something was working right and people were doing their job. So I find that this whole HR guys are very interested in getting people to come to work more than employees wanting to come to work. So, a little bit, go with the flow a bit, figure this out, see what is appropriate, create incentives, think about the guy's life and work with their things, and you'll find answers to solutions that are appropriate for the context of the company, the context of the individual and everything else. And don't straitjacket everyone in the same box because you don't need to anymore. That's my opinion.
Right. No, greatly said. Like, I was just giving an example. Yeah, of course. Sure. Please. So, yeah, I was giving the example in the morning session itself. We don't realize it, but it's already happening. Like, previously...
you run a full business on the basis of that. I
run a full business, I'll come to that. Right? But the whole idea is...
So your premise is based on this particular thing, right?
Yeah, of course, right. Because, we got these, ideas in the past, and we are already prepared, to go towards this gig economy. But I have a very different idea, which I will discuss in a while. But overall, what I've seen is people are already used to this gig-based economy, In IT, it might be not that big, it might not be that common, but like, for example, app like Urban Clap, you can get someone in like 10 minutes rather than having someone full-time, You have Driver Z, you don't need a full-time driver, you can just get a driver for 1 hour. You get like so many things which are happening. So same way, let's say a Persistent, just give an example, Persistent, closed a big project, right? Where they need 500 people. And you don't have that people. So one way is, of course, to go out and hire those people. But what if, as you rightly said,
you could always come to company bench and get them.
Company bench, yeah. But I'm saying it's more of a gig-based kind of thing where you get those people right away, just for that 3 months duration or just for 6 months duration. So you don't need to worry about all these other things.
Yeah, so now let's flip this thing. We've had this enough. Now I think the interesting question is, we have HR teams here, right? So how do you build culture? Is culture important, right? How do you build culture in a situation like this? Do teams, when people are floating, they come in, they do gig work. What does it mean by that? What does it mean to be a professional from the individual's point of view? Who are you loyal to? Are you loyal to your profession? What does it mean to be loyal to your profession? So is Chris Gayle loyal to Punjab when he's playing with that team, or if they get moved because some auction they got somewhere else, what happens to loyalty? Do teams have their own culture? How do you build a culture in these kinds of situations, right? So these are facts that are going to happen, and I think interesting thing that we should discuss is, as HR heads or leaders or parts of the HR organization where you are responsible for ensuring that the company's mission is achieved, individual's mission is achieved, well, first you should have a mission, your company should have a mission, but let's assume that's there. It's already talked about in many ways. So under these conditions, how do you build a team that is aligned to the mission, and even the smallest company can feel like, I can make this happen in my context? And that would be an interesting conversation to have, which I would love to be part of. And I think we should open it out for questions rather than, Buddhas here, 60 pluses, telling all kinds of weird things.
No, just to add one point, I think one thing you must remember as HR is watch out for value violations. Because it's very easy to turn a blind eye. ठीक है, घर से काम कर रहा है, even if he's working somewhere else, how does it matter? So long as it doesn't, so outcomes are there. So these are easy kind of justifications you should be very careful about. Because gig working does not mean that you get full-time salary from 3 companies. Gig working means that you're distributing your time across companies. So these kind of nuances, I think...
But what is salary again will vary, right? Meaning when you go to the gig, you're not going to get paid salary for a month. You might get salary for the project. Right? So if this is the reality and people leave, why are you so offended if they leave? Right? Is it good for people to leave? So all of these are very interesting questions. And I think let's not get stuck by saying I must attract, I must retain, and I must hold on and empower and enable. You should enable the individuals to be able to think in a way so that they can be successful in their lives and careers. And if everyone is successful, everyone else, the companies will also do fine. This is sort of the other way around as well. The companies do well, individuals also do well. So they go in harmony in some sense. And trying to create that excitement is the job of all of us in some sense.
Yeah, perfect. I think it's a great idea. Throw it open to questions here. Unless you have a question.
No, I don't have a question. Just
I'm sure you have.
Just just one last thing I want to mention. The problem what we are mentioning about all these things. So company like let's say Accenture or Persistent, HCL and all, they are struggling for resources, right? Like they want resources.
At this moment, yes.
Yes, right. But there are many companies out there which are like 50 people company, 30 people company, who have created a culture, who have created a fun environment, who have people, but they still don't have work. So what we realized is, boss, we should start doing the matchmaking, right? We have company like
we got it. Company bench can do all of that stuff. हम लोग sold हैं boss.
Right.
मत बेचो सबको. अभी सबकी सुनते हैं थोड़ा.
Right. Okay. So I think we have passed
we
the message.
got your model, boss. You are going to be hugely successful, and we are all here to bless your success. No question about it.
Great.
We all get it.
So let's open for the audience.
Actually, if you ask, we could repeat the question also.
Anybody whose voice is loud enough, don't wait for the mic.
Any questions? Any questions from audience?
So there's a lady out there.
Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Shruti. I am the Talent Acquisition Head of Zensoft Services. Hi, Ganesh. Hi, Anand. So I just wanted to understand, there's a new trend that is coming in. Previously, what we are facing is people are not joining last minute, right? That's like a thing that is happening for the entire recruitment team across India. So the new trend that is coming up is to attract back your previous employees from wherever they are, right? So what are your thoughts on that? And if you could give some specific examples of some successes that you've had before.
No, it's a great question. And honestly, Zensar, we had a formal policy on what do you call it, Sanjana? Boomerang recruitment, right? So boomerang recruitment was a big deal for us. Like one of our senior most presidents of the organization, a guy called Nitin Parab, I mean, he actually was a boomerang recruitment. And similarly, even Yogesh, for instance, okay, who I mentioned as his name, I mean, he left Zensar, he came back, and it was very easy for us. But one thing you must remember is, don't recruit a person who left in bad taste. For instance, somebody just flouted all your norms and went off, and tomorrow he wants to come back. So you must, as HR, must have a ability to know that who are the people who are candidates for boomerang recruitment. Like for instance, every year I remember in Zensar we used to have an alumni meet, which means that they would be invited to our annual cultural event. We'd call them over. We'd actually brief them like we briefed analysts and shareholders on what is happening in the company. The idea being that, look, whenever you want to come back, if you have left in good taste, feel free. It's your home. So I've had very good experiences with boomerang recruitment. And even you heard Amit this morning, who's GTT, and he mentioned that earlier. He came, he left and joined a multinational. 2 years he got bored and he wanted to come back, and we happily took him back. I remember Manjari was his boss at that time. Manjali recommended him to him, and Mridula, who was there in the morning, she hired him. So it was a completely collaborative, let's take this guy back. So I've had very good experience. I know, Anand, you have any thoughts on it?
No, I think let's move on. I also agree with this.
Good evening, leaders. We've been having a very great discussion, but I would like to flip it a little. We've been thinking about retention, hiring, and all of it from the employee perspective. I want to talk it from the HR perspective. How do you think is the market for HRs right now, and specifically for the non-hiring or, the non-recruitment HR market?
Market for HR meaning when you want to.
No, she's saying that HR people के लिए market कैसा? अरे अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है.
Specifically for the non-hiring, non-recruitment, the HR.
Okay, let me sort of flip this question to you. Let me give you some guidance to all of you who are looking for jobs. Okay. Now, certainly persistent is hiring, but let me sort of explain a little bit on how you should look for jobs. Okay, especially for senior jobs, right? So I think what I have seen is that a lot of people come and say, I have done this, I have done this, I have done this, I have done this. Great, you have done all this. Question is, what will you do for me? As an employer or somebody I'm trying to hire at senior levels, you should be able to tell me why I should hire you. So what are you going to do for me? So if you're an HR person and you say, oh, I've been an HR person in Zensa, or I've been an HR person here, I've been an HR person here. Yeah, so what? What has that HR thing done for you, and why are you unique and different in terms of why you should be hired? Okay, so I want to sort of digress a little bit and sort of answer your question to give you some guidance in terms of what I tell people in terms of what they need to think about in how they should move, right? So, yeah, you do a career a lot of times, and this again goes back to the fundamental question, I'm responsible for my own career, right? Companies want you to follow a certain routine. Ye karo, uske baad yo karo, ye karo, wo karo, all that stuff. The reality is that what has it done for you is something that a lot of people are not able to answer. So when I ask somebody, oh, what's your experience? Oh, I've done this, I've done that, 5 years here, 3 years there. Okay, so who are you now? Oh, I can do anything you tell me to do. Oh, I am very capable. I just do anything. I think, man, I don't want to hire anybody who does anything. You have to do something for me, right? And I'll give you another tip. When I hire somebody senior, in our business, right, there are basically 3 kinds of things that are relevant. Somebody who brings the business, somebody who is like a real expert in some area, tech, whatever, and third guy who keeps the trains running on time. These 3 areas. When I look for someone at a senior level, I want somebody to be an A in at least one of these 3 things. Not 3 Bs. Okay, I don't want 3 Bs. So if I get somebody, say, yes, pick one. Don't talk about 3 things. Pick one. You're a sales guy, there are quota, deliver, you are great. If you are a guy who is a techie, tell me at what level you can do it. Can I put you at the CTO at IBM? That's your level. Oh no, I cannot do that. Can I put you at this level? Okay, fine. Then everything fits because of that. If you're the guy who runs train, there are a lot of people who run trains. So you better be good at it. So don't tell me that I have run trains here, I have run trains there. What has that given you? Why are you different? And the flip question that you should ask yourselves is, what am I doing today that someone 5 years younger can't do? And if somebody 5 years younger can do your job, especially in HR, what happens is you are in a functional organization. So, yeah, meaning another HR. So, you have to be able to answer this question. So, what is my HR capabilities now that someone 5 years younger can't do? And if somebody 5 years younger can do my job, well, I don't deserve that salary. Somebody I should replace with somebody younger anyway, right? So if in your career you are not able to identify how you are growing and getting better, and this again I go back to this, you are responsible for your career. Don't tell me that I do HR at the company. That's fine. That's useful because that's how you learn. But it's you and your career. So if you are looking for a job in other HR departments, you should be able to go and articulate to the head of HR or to the CEO or whatever that by hiring me, I'm going to transform your business in this form or the other. Then you are in a position to demand what you want. Otherwise, I'm picking the best available under the context of my vacancies. And then you are not going to get to the right place. Sorry, a little bit long answer, but I think we are talking to the mid-management guys here, so I thought this would be useful.
You had a question? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm Swati Verma from Honeywell. So my question was, generally here, a good quote which is there, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So, this is all set of HRs over here. So what are your thoughts when we have to drive the culture in everyone's besides that would be senior leaders where strategy and culture has to be.
Yeah, so I'm going to repeat the question just for the benefit of everyone else, because perhaps at the back you may not have been able to hear it. So that's Swati from Honeywell, and she says that it's well known or believed that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So how do you get the senior management, not the junior ones, she said, the senior management aligned to the culture, because they seem to be all over the place, Ashish. So how do you get the senior management to align to the culture of the company? Good question. I think culture is very important, no doubt about it. But there are three parts to culture that I think are important for people to think about. One is it's the stories that build the culture. It's the rituals that reinforce that culture, right? So these are two very related but very important things. Where do you get the stories? How do you create the stories? And it's the actions that basically consolidate the culture. So at the end of it, if you want to tell people about culture, it's not about writing 5 points on a board and saying, oh yeah, we have these values. Nobody gives a shit about them. At the end of it, it is about the stories that the company tells about what the culture is and what stories are the ones that create that culture. Is the rituals that reinforce that culture. And you have to create rituals. And then finally, it's the actions that basically make a really put the nail in the head. Because if you say all this stuff and you act stupidly, then it's what is the culture? And the culture, to some extent, depends on the worst thing that you can do in the organization. So if you tolerate some bad behavior, that's the end of your cultural state. Oh, we believe in, whatever, meritocracy. And the guy who gets promoted at the junior most level is somebody. Gone, you're meritocracy. Don't say meritocracy in that case. Why do you want to say it? Saying things doesn't mean you have to act on it. So you have to have stories, you have to have rituals, and then you have to have action to demonstrate that. You want to add? No.
Go ahead.
Anand sir, Ganesh sir, thank you. My question is, the industry is undergoing transformation. When we see 2 years back, startup culture has came in, and all big organizations, they have changed their strategies in terms of business within business, and then they have started focusing towards small groups within the big organization. So when we see culture specific, again, we have a lot of setbacks we have seen in the culture, in the startup cultures. So which is better, startup or a big organization which are adopting a startup culture within small groups?
See, I think these things are not what is better versus this thing. Is gulab jamun better or rasmalai better? Well, it depends what you want to eat. Is coffee the right thing for me, or is it whiskey? Depends on all these other things. So all of this stuff, these are not things to compare. So for the startup, there's a startup culture. For the large company, there's a large company culture. If the company needs to do something different, they have to evolve. Everything is transforming. Businesses evolve. Even if nothing else happened, businesses go through a life, and along the life, different things happen. What you can do at 20 is not the same thing you do at 40, and it's very different from what you do at 60, and that's the reality.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to that, don't generalize it, because if you take let's say a TCS doing work for a GE, and there are, let's say, 40,000 people, they're not adopting any startup culture. They're adopting a solid SEI, CMM level 5 process culture. Nothing has changed there. But what you're talking about is SWAT teams and squads, and we're doing agile. That's okay. Like even in State Bank, where I also chair the digital and technology committee, we have 8,000 people working directly, as well as 6,000 vendor employees. So there are, for different projects, we will use different cultures. It doesn't mean that there's one standard culture. So I don't think there's something, I completely agree with that. There's no such thing as a startup culture. If the startup culture is everybody comes in shorts and does great stuff, it's not going to be working in a large organization. Okay, in State Bank of India, the extreme opposite. The minute you become a chief general manager, you have to wear suits and ties all the time. So even I bought 2 new suits from Raymond's because I have to attend the State Bank board every week. But that's their culture. It doesn't mean that they think like old people or anything like that. It's just that's a dress system. Okay, so I'm saying it'll change for various people, but you have to figure out what works for your organization. And as HR, I think the HR and leaders must discuss, and whatever works is whatever works. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. And another thing you must remember is, there are a lot of, the most recent controversy, which I've answered this question 400 times in the last 3 days, is this thing going on with the labor codes and I think Infosys, the non-compete clause, etc., etc. Now, as HR, I want you to know that non-compete is a valid clause. Okay? A non-compete does not mean, and that's what, I mean, our social media picks up, oh my God, Infosys has said you can't join Wipro after you leave Infosys. It's complete bullshit, okay? If you even went into the fine print, what they're saying is that if you're working for a client, you can't go work for the same client or do the same, or sell to the same client if you join somebody else. And they just mention any other large company. Now, this is perfectly legally valid. I hope when the labor discussion takes place, people will figure it out. I mean, I've had non-competes and you know what non-solicitation is, right? I mean, you can't take people from the same organization. I mean, if somebody leaves Honeywell, you can't go poach people from Honeywell for whatever period, let's say 1 year or whatever. That's perfectly fine. We've implemented it in the US, we've implemented it in Europe, in India. So I'm saying there are certain things that you must use your own intelligence to say what is valid, talk to lawyers, etc., etc. Because in this sudden hype that is being created, everything will be blown up. Everybody will say, oh my God, it's coming in the way of fundamental rights. I would like to leave tomorrow and take 5 clients with you. It is only permitted in advertising agencies, not in manufacturing, not in this thing. So I think a lot of learning also has to happen with HR. And if HR, to answer the previous question, feels that they can also, like the resource, float around from company to company every 6 months, you will not learn anything either. You need not go to the extreme of Sanjana staying 17 years in an HR role, or you may want to. But don't think that as HR now I've got this great opportunity, I can again double my salary and leave every 6 months. You're not going to learn anything that way. So I think everybody, and going back to Anand's original point, you have to form your view on me, the enterprise, what do I want to become? And once you do that, I think you'll be at comfort within yourself and not just follow the trend anywhere else.
Rashmi here. Ganesh sir, I have a question for you. Earlier in the discussion, when the discussion had started, you were saying, just now you also again gave the example that Sanjana is staying with you for 17 years in the organization, and there are different generations that are working, Gen Y, Gen Z. So we haven't reached to a point where Gen Z, we can say that they also stay with us for 10 years or 17 years. So what your prediction would be for Gen Z? Or how much time, and if yes, how much time will they around take to develop that kind of patience, to stay with the company?
See, we have done a lot of research. In fact, when I started this new company, we actually did a full research on Gen Z and say, what is it that motivates them? See, what motivates a Gen Z is not just salary. I mean, today, of course, in this crisis that we are saying, everybody is worried about salary. I mentioned in the morning that, the IIM Ahmedabads and the Bangalores of the world also during placement time get into the same crisis of, I must have the highest salary. It doesn't last. At some point, people are looking for purpose. And even Gen Zs, by the way, don't forget, when you say Gen Z, one of the reasons why they want everything is because most of them are products of 1-child, 2-child families. They've been pampered to like crazy by parents and grandparents, etc. So when they come to an organization, they don't expect to be a roll number. I joined along with 800 other freshers, and nobody takes me seriously. So, which is why I think the point that Ashish was making, that Asfar was making, the early mortality of people joining, is because people feel I'm just being ignored for 3 months, and they think that some other company will be better. It doesn't really happen that way. So, I think a Gen Z is also a human being, like all of us. Okay, a Gen Z also wants purpose in life. A Gen Z also wants tender loving care in terms of somebody taking care of the person. And the reason why, as I mentioned earlier, the associate relations function in Zensar was so successful was they knew how to take care of the Gen Zs and how to get them over that first 6 months joining hump. And our theory in Zensar, I remember, used to be that if somebody's worked for Zensar for 2 years, nobody can then shake that person. So you just have to get them to make sure that they work for 2 years. Okay, so that's the kind of thinking here. I mean, I'm not trying to generalize, but I think that's something you have to look at. So don't worry about, is a Gen Z different from a Gen Y, and a Gen Y is completely different from a Gen X? I mean, even 55-year-old people have aspirations, guys. I mean, don't think that they'll stay on in the company forever. Even they might get a job. Okay. So just look at the same yardstick and say, what do you mean to the organization? Chitas, you want to have the last word?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying one last question, please. Yeah. I'm not going to answer anything.
Sorry. This is a question from Mr. Anand Deshpande. Congratulations, 4 months back you won the Corporate University Award. You as a founder, how have you checked on the effectiveness? Okay. Congratulations to you. So as a founder, how did you go ahead and check the effectiveness of, the learning programs or the training programs they have launched?
Any other questions? We'll just take 3 or 4 questions and close. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I finished asking a question.
Remember your question.
My question to Anand sir. Sir, can you share us some of your experience on hiring or attracting a good team member or talent during your initial time of persistent, and any good experience or a bad experience on the retention side? That would be good for us. Thank you.
Any other questions? Do any of the little girls want to ask a question? No. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. Hey, give him mic, yeah.
So as Anand told that, it's like what you can do it for the company, like it's always a question from the person who's hiring it. So when the person who gets hired, if he gets the similar opportunity with the another company with a better salary, so hopping would be good or not? Then with the resource who's been hired would be, considered in the spot, or it would be then the employer who would be considered on the spot?
Anything else? I don't know.
Okay. So first question regarding, my reviewing. For the last 3 years, I've been chairman. I don't review anybody. I don't review anything at all. Okay. So second part, even before that, for many years, I have not been in the review mode. What I have found in general is you have to get the right people and empower them. They do the right things on their own. So I don't tell the learning guy what his job is. He knows what his job is. So at a certain point, you as an individual, I'm not saying anything in the context, but as a founder, when you start a company, you start with early on trying to do everything yourself, but you sort of get to a point where, you realize that doesn't make sense, and you have to get the right team and empower them to do the job and stop meddling with people. So that's the sort of answer to your first question that was there. And regarding the second question, I think it's a very interesting question, and I have several ideas of how I have benefited from doing this. So I'll tell you what, when you run a small business, the reality is that you are looking for hiring a small number of people. This is very important to note, okay? So if I'm a 100 people company, I want to hire 10 people. Say, let's say 10 freshers. That's my appetite for taking freshers, and that's how many I want to take. And you can play these numbers around. So the question is, I want to get 10 people, and I want to get the best 10 possible. So I have to do some, and this works for small businesses, do very point and shoot approach rather than do a spray and pray approach. Large companies need to spray and pray. Small companies don't need to do this. Okay. So what did I do? Okay. Actually, I was able to hire the best guys from IITs in the early days, because what I found is that these IIT guys, they need to be provoked. And you kind of make them, there's a certain psyche that is there. I was an IIT guy, and I would go for recruitment myself. I would go teach a database class in the IIT BTech class and the MTech class. At least 2 lectures I would do every semester, not necessarily hiring them, but I would show off a little bit, saying, I know I can teach this course and I know what the heck is going on in types like. So that was one thing. And then second, I sort of found a few profs, and I told them that anybody you bring to me, I will hire them 100%. But you do whatever you need to do with them. But the profs now felt empowered that ki yaar bande ko main job dilata. Today what happens, the profs are getting sort of marginalized. The TNP controls, the profs don't get any bhav. And if you are a small company, the small companies, TNP will not let you in only. So how will you get through that? So the way to bypass all of these guys is to go find the profs, work with them, really, say, okay, I'll help you with your thing, and they're also looking for partnerships. So do some of those things and hire the best students that come directly from the prof, rather than going through all of this other stuff. So that was the other technique that I used quite effectively, and I got some very good people as a part of that. Third thing that I did was, actually, I did not focus too hard on retention. So I used to get people who would come for 2 years and leave. And actually, I was perfectly okay with that, because I was able to figure out, saying that, okay, if I have to get people and we're going to stay only 2 years, why get the not so great people? Get the greatest people, and at least let them stay for 2 years and let them go. Later on, they'll become my customers. They'll be some place or the other. I encouraged a lot of people to do MTechs from Persistent. We had one of the best network with IIT Bombay, and a lot of our people were going there, getting MTechs and coming back. I also wrote recommendation letters for hundreds of people who went for MS and PhD to the US. And actually, they have done very well. They have been supporting us for the last 25 years. I got a lot of business from our ex-employees, so to say. And they are all in pretty nice places, actually. So this network really works very well. So you have to invest in attracting the best people, and you as a CEO or a founder, it's not an HR's job, okay? I did not send HR to go recruit at IIT Bombay. It wouldn't have worked. I was a CEO, I was going in myself, I was engaging with the faculty member, I was teaching database classes, and because, I was trying to provoke them. And the third thing I have found, and this is what HR guys don't agree with me all the time, if you make the test harder, right? If you really make it very difficult, you'll get better people. Okay. A lot of companies try to say, oh, I don't get people, so I must dilute my test, kuch bhi aane do. If you really kind of make it very bad for people to see, at the end of it, you're recruiting best available. That's the reality. So you're looking at whatever you get and you recruit the best available. Now, if you make the test very hard, you make it feel like it's very difficult to get in, the best people apply. Try it out, meaning I've had good success on that. Now, this is what I did very well in the small company situation. Now, as a large company, when I'm not involved in it, we are 18,500 people and somebody else runs HR, and I'm sure they think like other HR companies and big companies. For the small businesses, this works very well.
Good, so we'll close, and I hope all of you guys, we took a lot of effort to design this conference, which I was saying in the morning. And I'm glad that most of you seem to have enjoyed it, a lot of interaction, etc., etc. So I'll just say thank you very much and hand it back to Siddhis.
Again, thank you so much, guys. First of all, I think it's interactive. That's why people have stayed till 6 p.m., so that's a big thing. Amisha, probably. So, all right, can I have the bouquets?
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand Deshpande, and we are highly thankful to Dr. Ganesh Natarajan. This is a small token of love from our side. Thank you for the time and efforts you have put in. Thank you so much for such an insightful and delightful talk. We are highly, highly thankful to you.
Sorry, man, I was living a bit on you. So great, thank you for coming. Please stay around. We have drinks after this in the pool area, the top floor.
Mike. Well, that was the last session of the day, and we are moving towards the award ceremony. Once again, a humble request, everyone, please do not go without collecting your certificates. I would request everybody to collect your certificates and then go, and I would request not to go because Amisha is about to come.
Can you...
Just make an announcement if you can. Bear with us for 2025. 2025. There was an issue. Traveling issue था ऐसा बोलो यार. And she is coming for you. ऐसा बोलो. हाँ. थोड़ा ललचाओ.
No, this is your exam.
जाम लग गया बिल्कुल जाम लग गया.
So they can, chill up.
No, but
if we keep doing it,
that's what our concern is.
नहीं वो नहीं जाएंगे.
तो आप उनको सिर्फ
ब्रेक करना है. She still has 20-25 minutes to
another 20-25 minutes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a humble request, everyone, please bear with us for another 20-25 minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, can I please request all of you to occupy your seats, please? Can I please request everybody to occupy your seats? Please, jaldi se baith jayenge. We are going to start with award ceremony. We are going to start with award ceremony. Amisha is getting a little late. She will be joining us probably in the poolside area. We are going to begin with our award ceremony and to give away the prizes. Before that, can I please request everybody कि आप बैठ जाएं? Please have your seats. Everybody, please have your seats. Can I please request everyone? May I please request?
Hello. Guys, can I have your attention for 1 minute? I understand the session has gone on for a very long time. I just need 5 minutes of your time. People have worked very, very hard to come up with this session, and I hope we can just get settled for the next 5 minutes so that we can start the award ceremony, yes? Thank you.
Can I please request everybody to settle down? Can I please request, a pretty lady, can I please request you to settle down? Let us begin with award ceremony, and to give away the prizes to award, may I please request Dr. Ganesh Natarajan to come on the stage. Dr. Ganesh Natarajan, may I please request you to come on the stage. No, you don't. But we wanted you to come here. And let us move towards the award ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, the first category, the first award is HR Strategic Partner of the Year. HR Strategic Partner of the Year. And any guesses? It goes to, put your hands together for WNS Global Services Private Limited. Put your hands together for WNS Global Services Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let us welcome WNS Global Services Private Limited. This is HR Strategic Partner of the Year, the very first award of the evening. Heartiest congratulations, many, many congratulations. Thank you so much. Moving ahead. Next award is Strategic Growth Advisor of the Year. Yes, it is Strategic Growth Advisor of the Year, and it goes to 5F World. Can we have a huge round of applause for 5F World? कोई है? Yeah. Can I please request him? I can't. May I please request Dr. Anand Deshpande to give the prize? I would request Dr. Anand Deshpande to present the award. 5F Word Strategic Growth Advisor of the Year. Heartiest congratulations. Heartiest congratulations and many thanks, Dr. Deshpande. Moving ahead, next award is L&D Partner of the Year. Yes, this is L&D Partner of the Year, and it goes to GTT Connect. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome GTT Connect. Coming. Pretty lady, Mrs. Manjiri Gokhale. Yeah. Come on, everybody, put your hands together. Thank you so much and heartiest congratulations. Moving ahead, the next award is HR Innovator of the Year. HR Innovator of the Year, and it goes to Company Bench. Can we have a huge round of applause for Company Bench? And the next award is Fastest Growing Media Company in Pune. This is fastest growing media company in Pune. And the award goes to none other than Public Media Solutions. Can we have a big round of applause for Public Media Solutions?
जैन सर का है ना? जैन सर कहाँ है?
खोल लीजिए आप इसको पूरा। Many congratulations, heartiest congratulations. Moving ahead, the next award is Leading Fast Food Chain in Pune. Yes, this is Leading Fast Food Chain in Pune and it goes to Rolls Mania. Can we have a huge round of applause? Many congratulations, heartiest congratulations. Many congratulations. Moving ahead. The next category is Best Financial Service Provider for Retail and SMEs. Best Financial Service Provider for Retail and SMEs. And it goes to, yes, you guessed it right, none other than Bajaj Finserv. Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye. Nobody? Greatest social impact for the elderly. Greatest social impact for the elderly is the category and it goes to next category. Next award is greatest social impact for the elderly and it goes to Maya Care. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Maya Care. Heartiest congratulations, many congratulations. The next category is, the next award, the next category is Best Workplace Practices of the Year. Best Workplace Practices of the Year. And it goes to Honeywell. Zordar taaliyan, come on. Ajay, he's not aware कि हमें हाँ. अच्छा
थोड़ा स्लो करो
सारे करते हैं या बस HDFC तक ही करते हैं
अभी HDFC तक हल्के करो
Thank you so much, Dr. Natarajan. Thank you so much for doing the honors. And heartiest congratulations for the awards too. To give away next prizes, next awards, can I please request Dr. Anand Deshpande to come on the stage? Dr. Anand Deshpande, may I please request you to come on the stage? Next award is Best HR Practices Award. Very, very important. Best HR Practices Award. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bharat Forge. Can we have a huge round of applause for Bharat Forge? Anybody from Bharat Forge? Many congratulations, heartiest congratulations. Moving ahead, the People First Company is the category of the award. The People First Company. Again, a very important award. And it goes to Persistent. Yes, Persistent. Can we have... Ab kaun aayega? Heartiest congratulations. Moving ahead, the next category we have in front of us is state-of-the-art medical facilities. State-of-the-art medical facilities. Again, an important award, and any guesses? I know you all have something in mind, and you are absolutely right. Goes to House of Doctor. Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye. Come on, everybody. Put your hands together for House of Doctors. Very interesting name. Doctors coming there to work, huh? Yeah. And the next one is Employee Engagement Partner of the Year. Employee Engagement Partner of the Year. And it goes to Zozo Day. Zordar taaliyan. Come on, everybody. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome Zozo Day. Heartiest congratulations. Many congratulations to winners. Moving ahead, Best Financial Organizations in Digital Innovation. Best Financial Organization in Digital Innovation. And the award goes to HDFC. Can we have a huge round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for HDFC. Anybody from HDFC? I would request you to come and collect your award. Best Financial Organization of Digital Innovation. Nobody from HDFC? Thank you, Dr. Deshpande. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Well, we have an announcement, everybody. They have to write it, right? They have to write it, no?
Somebody else, and this award, no? ये वाला जो award है ना, ये next one. ये अभी लेना है. अभी ये वाला क्या? Diversity and inclusion. Not 2 hours. Ashish. May I please request Mr. Ashish Gaikwad. Mr. Ashish Gaikwad, may I please request you to come on the stage to give away the prizes, to give away the awards. We have lots of awards. The next category is very, very important category, Best Portfolio Management Company of the Year. Best Portfolio Management Company of the Year, and it goes to the Charity Company. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Charity Company? Anybody from Charity Company? Nobody. Moving ahead, the next category is Best Consulting Firm of the Year. Best Consulting Firm of the Year. Again, an important category, and it goes to GRB Associate. Put your hands together for GRB Associates. Heartiest congratulations, many, many congratulations. Come on everybody, तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए.
सिर्फ एक सेंसर का कराना है, उसके बाद खत्म करना है. ये बाकी नहीं करा दे. बाकी का 2 मिनट में इशारा करके बोलता हूँ.
Once again, an important category, diversity and inclusion. Very important, diversity and inclusion. And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the award winner, Zensar. Zordar taaliyan. Heartiest congratulations. With a huge round of applause, let us welcome Zensar. Many congratulations, heartiest congratulations. Thank you so much. Mr. Ashish Gaikwad, I'm highly thankful to you. Thank you so much for doing the honors. अभी यहाँ तक हो गया, देखो यहाँ तक हो गया, एसोसिएट्स तक हो गया, अब ये बचे हैं। अब इसने मुझे लिख के दिया था कि आफ्टर 2 अवार्ड्स गिव दिस, तो मैंने 2 करा ली। अब ये 2 हो गए, यहाँ इतने बचे। किसने बोला? An announcement, everyone. जिनका भी networking का पास है, I would request everybody to go at the pool side. जिनके पास networking का पास है, they all will go to pool side. Pool side. Second floor, pool side. Those who have networking pass, I would request everyone to proceed towards pool side. Second floor, pool side.
Somebody dropped a ring if you want to make that announcement later on. अगर करना है तो बाद में just let her know that it's fallen. You can collect it from the registration desk later on.
Everyone, a kind announcement and a humble request, everybody. जिनके पास networking का pass है, those everybody will proceed towards pool side. All of them will proceed towards pool side area. Second floor.